Starting now. Okay, so it all begins with Dredger, formerly Avery, standing on the deck of the Spirit of the Unknown, which for legal reasons has had its name changed to Spirit of the Known.
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt you immediately, but why?
Well, as Mammon is going over the paperwork sitting at his table on the deck, he has set up the. Hold on, I need to think of the proper legal definition for this. It is. He has turned the spirit of the unknown, now legally the spirit of the known for tax purposes, into a common workspace LLC, a synergistic open air workspace meant to meet the ever changing dynamic needs of the urban professional and sublet holder. As you look around, you notice this place isn't crude. He has subdivided the spirit of the known into private workspaces where we'll call them unpaid interns are renting the space to provide services.
I
What's that?
I see.
Legally speaking, definitely not crew, and thus not subject to the Spirit of the Unknown's prior effects.
Okay, yeah, because that would still be in play. Dredger will realize that there is essentially nobody worth interacting with on this boat, and just head off to find his cabin while he waits to get to the wherever Mammon wants him to end up.
He has a plate of dinner set out for you with some wine. He has some contracts to go over with you.
Wait, he's left the office?
Yeah, he owns the spirit for right now, so he can be on there freely.
What the fuck? What does he look like?
Still shadowy. Still can't really make out any details.
You don't own the rights to see his visage.
Yeah, you have not unlocked this character yet.
Little floating symbol next to his head for like a very arbitrarily high amount of credits. You can look at him.
Yeah,
For
it's
1
like,
second.
yeah. I mean, it's lucky we're having this. It's lucky we have this much as it is. Like, if he used to make it so you had to pay him to not hear his voice through a shitty Wiimote speaker.
Yeah.
So there's actually a fine dinner, like Italian
Photo
wine.
for now. I'm just saving that for later.
Yeah. He's taking a sip as he slides you a contract. He slides you 3, actually. Going, I can't provide you a crew, but I have some contacts in this area.
Very well.
You're going to need a team. First person
You
first.
epic montage.
We have a mercenary by the name of Exit Wound. Cut to Hey Alex, how do you think Exit Wound met Mammon Gray and formed a contract?
Ooh. Is this like a flashback or is this like okay. The flashback would be Exit Wound going into something vaguely resembling an office building because he heard a rumor that a man named Mammon or Gray or just Mr. Gray was looking for skilled fixers is the term that was being passed around, and he figured that was close to up his alley since, you know, he executes people for a living.
Mm-hmm.
And when he
It's a
got
pretty
out,
severe kind of fixing.
yeah, well, that's again, he used to be a fixer. So once he got out of the military, so like the word just kind of sparked interest, and so he goes into this office building, spends about 4 hours in the waiting room, I assume, and then is ushered off into an office with said shadowy figure who just kind of like expresses interest in his skill set, and then he agrees for a regular fee of something reasonable, I guess, for like this kind of work in this time zone.
Okay. Something that's going to be like. So, just to provide the proper magical context, you probably went in that building, got told there is no one. Mammon Gray is like a myth. That's not real. You go to leave. The hallway you passed on your way in is suddenly one door longer, and you see
Ooh.
in the darkness a poorly lit room saying "Office of Mammon Gray."
Yeah, which I would notice with my 2 hard dice and sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No one else does.
Like
Everyone
as
else
I'm
is just
leaving, I'm just like, wait a minute.
yeah. Everyone else is
He
just
counts the
walking
doors on the
by.
way in. So
Yeah.
then he'll obviously go into that and be like, this is definitely the sketchy shit that I would expect from someone looking for powered fixers.
Hell yeah.
So, and then a brief contract was written up for payment per kill, with
Yeah.
confirmation being arbitrarily given by Thing, who Exit Wound has no idea what he was talking about when he said hidden sorrows, but it was mentioned because that is like the weirdest name for a kill confirmer. And he was never introduced to him because he's, hidden.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, it's a very standard contract negotiation. You are surprised with how professional it is. You go to
I'm.
sign, you shake his hand, you are engulfed in shadow, and the next thing you know, you're standing on the deck of an airship in a bombed out, flooded mess of an area.
Interesting.
Treasure turns and looks up at you and nods once, goes back to look at the other documents.
The second one is Hidden Sorrows.
All right. How do you want? How do you want to do this flashback?
Well, I would love to. Unfortunately, I can't pass the perception check to see this flashback. So we're gonna have
And
All
as
right.
such, he materializes on the deck, nobody noticing at first.
So Dredger will look over the contract and kind of do a double take and say, my, my lord, how am I supposed to even communicate with this person? How did you broker a contract with him in the first place?"
Do you truly believe that on this earth there's any force that escapes the IRS?
We were not aware that was a force in the city, actually.
Yeah, it was an unpleasant surprise for me as well.
Oh, all right. Well, I suppose having him on would be a very good call.
Excellent. He's been on deck for the past 3 hours.
That doesn't surprise me.
You would note that you have not been on this ship for 3 hours. 3 hours ago was still the spirit of the unknown.
Yeah, like Soros fucking gets around, man. His whole goal is like every point of his base will is invested in breaking this god awful. Sorry, 75% of his base will is invested in breaking this god awful curse on him. The other one base will is invested in killing people with a stapler.
So, what Mammon does provide you guys is he gives you a small tube worm in a flower pot. Going, if you need to communicate with him, he slides it forward.
Would Dredger know exactly what this is?
He'd be aware of it, but he wouldn't understand how to, like, why a tube worm is being provided to him.
All right. He'll ask then, how are we supposed to use this to communicate?
Give me 1 second. You see him just swish his hand through open air. And hey Tom, how would the Hidden Stars react if he was slapped randomly?
Incredible fear.
What does it
So, like,
sound
what?
like?
All right, I want you to know I haven't been practicing his voice much because I didn't think it would come up. I wanted him to sound an incredibly high-pitched yelp in the style of Goofy.
You guys hear that come out of the tube worm.
Dredger is taken aback. He's standing right there.
Mm-hmm.
Dredger composes himself and says, well,
As Dredger like gets his shit together really quick, Exit Wound just kind of like walks over and then slaps the same exact area to confirm that there is a person there.
You just go through open air. You don't feel a thing.
Does he make the noise again though?
I'll leave that to Tom.
he's like, oh, you gotta wake up pretty early to get me twice.
Oh fuck!
I'm so confused. Exit Wound is just like, okay.
The Dredger will say, yeah, God, I thought the place Avery was at was strange. All right. Who is the third contract for, my lord?
He finishes eating. That's not an in-character excuse for me taking a bite right before he said that.
That's verisimilitude, baby.
The final contract is for a talent by the name of Alex. It was Gallant, right? That was the name you were using for.
Yeah.
Okay. Alex, how did Gallant meet Mammon Gray?
That is a great question, Sam. This one is going to be a little weird.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
After a decent amount of time of Kevin Totter operating as Gallant, eventually he decides somewhere along the line that the best way to gain fame and prove his fighting abilities to his mysterious benefactor is through the underground arenas of the various areas. So Gallant, for the last year, let's say, has been fighting in these underground arenas, trying to become champions, and as many of them as possible. Doing fairly well. I'm gonna assume that there's at least a few people that could beat him down there.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, he can't reasonably be killed unless you're actively trying to, and once he hits the ground and doesn't get back up immediately, they consider the fight over. So most of the losses he's taken has been him pretending to be dead for a day and then waking back up and going on again to the next one. But
a good trick.
somewhere along that route, I like to think that Mammon has heard of him as this borderline unkillable psychopath that just repeatedly returns for the punishment. And since he's looking for a team to harass and just generally annoy and be near irremovable from the lives of the candy store and other enemies of his, he hires someone to go find him.
And does that person survive the process?
Yeah. I mean, Gallant is a pretty normal dude. He just is trying to prove himself to this weird thing that is giving him his powers. So,
Hell yeah.
Kevin is just a guy this mysterious being has latched onto, who essentially was like a farm boy from down south His old occupation was Renaissance fair actor.
I love
Oh,
that.
So the fact that he's basically become like some kind of superhuman knight is just like incredible to him. But so after this man hired catches up to him, finds him wherever, whatever you want to call it, and then short discussion mentions Mammon would be looking for a warrior of his caliber to assist him and can give him anything he's desiring like as a reward. He immediately agrees to at least meet with Mammon to hash out the details, because if he can really give him anything he desires, then the power and fame that he requires would be within grasp.
all right.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're going to say the contact hands you a single 14th century Spanish doubloon and says, if you truly want to meet him, this is your ticket.
A quarter. You gave me change.
Just repeat after me. I would
Repeat
like.
after me.
I would like
I would like
to make
to make
a deal.
a deal.
And while you're holding the doubloon, you are engulfed in shadows, and the next thing you see is a plate of fine Italian food on the deck of an airship in the flooded district. Gallant, I heard you were called. Is that correct?
Is it from in front of me or behind me?
All around you, but it seems to be. You see a shadowy figure directly in front of you.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Please take a seat. Now, I
Instead
have.
of sitting in the chair, he just kind of takes a seated position, and then like little chair legs shoot out of the armor so that he can sit.
Dredger offers you a piece of garlic bread.
Also, the picture that I sent is his like what he looks like minus the swords.
Hell yeah.
He doesn't actually know what the armor looks like because it doesn't let him see the reflection. So he imagines something completely different. It is very horrifying to look at.
Hell yeah.
And as he goes to eat the garlic bread that you hand him, the area around the mouth just kind of like shunts open, and then he
Okay.
starts munching, and then as soon as he's done eating, it just closes again.
Like human mouth or just pure insect mandible on the helmet?
The mouth inside the helmet is pure human mouth
All
looking,
right.
at least. But the way that it like pulled apart was gross.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't just like open like, oh look, there's like interconnecting pieces. Like it literally just ripped apart.
You see the ghost of the captain
Tendrils.
going, "Wow, I didn't know metal could look that wet."
And it like little tendrils flared off and then got sucked back in, and then he ate all that food, and then it just crunched back together, and then like more tendrils shot out, and like it looked like it was knitting for itself together again for a second, and then it just pulls taut and it's completely solid once more.
Dredger will actually not be taken aback by that and sort of nod and say, all right, my lord, which of these contracts may I take all of these people with us?
He slides to the hidden sorrows and exit wounty. These are already made. Feel free to use them as you wish. Gallant, you have, from the information I've been given, you seem like the more self-determining type of individual. If you would like, I do believe in the importance of team building and mutual trust. This here is a fellow by the name of Dredger. He would be, for all intents and purposes, my representative on this little escapade. if you would like, we do need your services as a bodyguard, protector, and warrior. You will be adequately compensated with the terms previously agreed upon. But if you'd like to take a moment, talk to your potential boss, maybe work out conditions with him, I am perfectly fine. If you have any concerns, any further stipulations, please let me know. If not, he slides you with a contract and a pen. This would be for a brief stint of service in the flooded district for the purposes of reclaiming items in location of particular value.
Is the he just kind of nods, but he's like waiting for the armor to send him a vibe check. Dangerous to sign the piece of paper, essentially.
All
Like
contracts
the armor's
are
not.
dangerous, but what the armor is telling you is this thing that you guys are looking at. It will follow the word of its law exactly. It's like a genie. The bigger point of concern is the weird water demon elf thing next to you is going to be your direct supervisor for this little excursion.
There's very little elfin about Dredger. Like
Oh,
he doesn't really touch anything of the Aoshi or anything like that. He's 7 feet tall, verging on. He must not weigh anything. He is hideously skeletally thin, but still, what is there is very like whipcord muscle, bone white skin, shorter length hair, full of seaweed, and eyes like a goat.
So, due to my own purposes, like my own fuck ups, that is how I imagine an elf.
Oh, the alpha school of logic.
Yeah. So if there's nothing wrong with the contract and he's only worried about the thing, then, and I use the word thing deliberately because Kevin has no idea what the fuck that is.
Dredger will smile, and you'll note that his he does not have human teeth. They're like a barracuda's, and he says it's very smart there. Few humans in this era would really think to sign a contract, even with it being like my lord like that. What issues might you have with us? What requests might you have?
It's less of issues or requests and more of consulting with my partner here. Just he like puts his hand up. He's like, just give us a second. He doesn't exactly talk, so sometimes the deciphering takes a minute. And then he's going to spend like literally a minute trying to figure out what the emotions it's sending him are. Get the gist of it being the contract itself isn't dangerous, but it's hesitant about the thing that just, casually talked to him. And he's going to go, well, and then read the contract, actually. It just specifically states like he's going to help them, acquire specific items of interest and deal with any people that might try to take those items away, essentially. Is that like the gist of
Yeah,
it?
it's a standard archaeologist guard contract.
Okay.
You're going to go into ruins. You're going to liberate the lost treasures that the local people definitely have no ownership over. And if people try and contest this truth, you're going to kill them. Or fight them. Whatever you prefer. It's up to you.
So what you're talking about there is Poseidon energy, right?
It pretty much covers the entirety of the Southern Bog.
All right.
And does it have like a time frame, or is it just like until either party is satisfied with the conclusion. Like what is the
It
time frame?
specifies until Avery's mission has been completed, which is technically going to conclude upon conflict with the privateers that ends in either and or Scald and Cannon being disabled. Your contract will end prematurely if Dredger dies permanently in a premature fashion. So,
Okay.
if Dredger's down for the count forever, you're no longer bound to the contract.
So essentially, it does have like a definite like you're helping until this point, and it specifies those two individuals being incapacitated.
Well, your
I'm assuming
contract
he's
wouldn't
using
do
the
that,
word
but it's in
"bill."
Avery's.
Who is... So, Mammon Gray has a degree of power over Dredger because of the way he was able to bind them. But is not the contract actually with the Lord of the Drowning Folk? The death of Dredger doesn't necessarily negate the contract because it would just mean that the Lord of the Drowning Folk would be allowed to imbue his will more directly instead of through an avatar.
Yeah, but then we're gonna have to renegotiate the contract for
That's
the Lord
fair.
of the Drowning Folk, which would mean all subsequent contracts would get really fucking complicated. So it's
Okay.
So
best to just target the
after now, keep in mind Kevin Totter's not like a legal expert, so he reads it for like 3 or 4 minutes to make it look like he read it and actually contemplated. Um, looks at keywords like this is length of time type stuff. Gets the gist that he's essentially being hired until these specific individuals and or this other guy that he's working with die, and then says, hmm, yeah, looks legit, and just signs his name in crayon. Well, not in crayon, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I like to imagine that suit just has like a box of Crayola on it somewhere.
That'd be funny. But he's a slightly more, he takes himself more seriously.
Okay.
The suit, for reference, does actually consider him a bit of an idiot, but that's part of the reason why it wants him specifically, because he's not quite smart enough to realize that he could die doing this, even though he
All
has
right.
multiple times.
We could say the suit, instead of grabbing the pen, just extends its index finger and grows an inkwell. You could just
Yeah, like again, it's feeding him false information, so it like feeds him the signals that yes, it totally grabbed that pen, but the suit does not like using anything else. So when he signs the paper, a like black liquid that looks similar to ink but definitely is more viscous is used, and it just comes straight out of like there's a nail just kind of grows out of his index finger and writes it,
hell yeah.
Would
and then it retracts immediately.
would Dredger be aware of the fact that there is actually, or that would Dredger know that Gallant here is not actually directly aware of his own actions?
Make a scrutiny check.
All right. Scroot. Roll 4d10. That is 3 10s. So I got the 3 hard dice and cents.
You'd have an inkling that, like, at the very least, you can surmise that either his control or the armor's adaptation is functioning almost unconsciously. You don't quite make the connection between the suit is the one consciously doing some of these things versus maybe he's just so good with the suit he's not thinking about it, you know?
Either way, Dredger will turn to Mammon Gray and say, my lord, are you just innately aware of everyone that has this sort of relationship, like ourselves and Avery, Bill and his tooth, and Apparently, my new friend Gallant here.
Do you not keep tabs on your coworkers?
Dredger just nods, but immediately squirrels away that bit of information. Holy fuck. Oh shit, Sam, you can't just like so casually drop like critical lore on me like that. Oh fuck. Wow.
Okay.
All right. Dredger stands up from the table and asks, "My lord, where do you have us to set up? What shall our first base of operations be?"
Well,
It's at this point also that Gallant quickly chimes in. Just for clarification, is it Malord or is it Mammon?
my full name is Mammon Gray.
Dredger turns to Gallant and says, I defer to my lord, as I am I am not of this era, let us call it.
He just nods.
As for your first base of operation, I will make it clear right now, I do not micromanage. I don't hire people I don't believe I can trust. Makes things easier that way, I believe. I would say your first task would
Hello,
be...
Bob.
Oh,
Hi.
hey, what's up?
Sup?
So, I'm just going to look at you and go, I would suggest finding a location you feel safe. Going to and from places where you can store items of power. I have some tentative geographical surveys of this area. He leafs through it. You actually see the line licensed by Chernov Group on some of these maps.
Dredger will ask, will that be a problem for us, my lord? This, technically speaking, we still cannot speak with quartz.
Well, then it's good he didn't make these maps. He pulls out one of your local area and goes, now I could give suggestions, but there's very few specific locations that you guys can't set up. I would suggest doing it quickly. Our purview over the the recently rebranded Spirit of the Known can end at any moment. I would suggest you use its facilities to scout areas and perhaps establish a foothold. Its guns are good for clearing out an area. It has a research lab. It has various materials in its hold. To throw out a few, there's an abandoned power plant, a nuclear power plant at that, with fusion capabilities that were never brought online. He points a bit further north towards the refinery. That would be the closest one. The benefits of that one are that it's incredibly well fortified, and if you somehow do manage to get it running, it can power like certain items in this area, but you're in the damp. It's going to be like a major undertaking, and it's probably outside your guys' specific skill set. So for you guys, it would just be this base. If the candy shop ever did a raid on it, it would have like a higher defense rating, basically.
All right.
There's also, way in the south, there's a little bit of an alcove where the Infinite Sea comes in. That would be like the opposite. It would have like 0 defense rating unless you specifically built that up. But it would natively generate like some minions to defend it. Like you would have some sea life that would just be hanging out in that area.
Dredger will ask Gallant then, where do you think it would make more sense for us to set up? I am amenable to either location, though. I must we must admit that we are not really capable of touching or interacting with iron in any meaningful fashion.
Hmm. Can you give me the spark notes for both locations one more time, just so I'm like making a conscious decision?
So these aren't like the only locations around. These are just
The
two that's
two.
Mammoth's pointing out as like these would be really easy to take as like a first base.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a power plant
Okay.
that that is like it is like a standard nuclear power plant. It is layers upon layers of reinforced concrete. It's more like a bunker than a power plant.
Okay.
Very defensible. And if you guys spend an enormous amount of effort and technical know-how, you could get the power back up and running, which could potentially enable some automated defenses, which would make it a nightmare for this candy shop to raid or go into. Um, or there's an alcove near the Infinite Sea.
Okay.
Um,
And that's just like more of a
yeah,
like a
it's
cube system esque thing, I'm assuming.
what the. Sorry, my connection cut out there. What'd you say?
It's like a cave system esque thing, like it's more wilderness based, but like it's more secretive and less.
Oh yeah,
It's
the
more difficult
alcove.
to find, and it's
Yeah,
surrounded by like more natural predators than like it's basically like a choice between future build up defense or free defenses, and we can just focus on other stuff because the alcove is like naturally hard to get to.
yeah, kind of.
Okay. Um, in that case,
If they do get to it, the direct assault, the bunker, the power plant would have a higher like defense rating. It would be harder
yeah,
for them to
yeah,
break in,
obviously
but yeah,
it's like an actual fortified position, but like the alcove is more just like the journey there would be more difficult and it's harder to find.
correct. You got it.
I think we'll do the power plant. I think Gallant's gonna at the mention of having electricity again, that's gonna
Well,
perk
the
his
electricity is
interest.
going to be a whole project. It doesn't have that
Yeah,
yet.
but the fact that like even it being able to have it at all is interesting to him because he's used to like kind of not having any of that stuff super accessible,
All right.
except bar few like the few times he was allowed to stay like in the arena areas that he was at. So uh he's probably just gonna be like, I think I've done enough wilderness survival in recent days. I could use, a more fortified position, a more stable ground to lay my head down. I think we should head towards the power plant, maybe.
Dredger nods and will turn again to Mammon and ask, has this location been cleared of iron, or does it have any there to begin with? I know, in truth, we know little of the specifics of the mortal artifice.
So, iron fell into use for construction well before the awakening, at least in the city. I can't guarantee it is man-made artifice. I can't discount the presence of any metal, especially not with one that was verging on future tech as this one was. Truthfully, I'm uncertain. I would hedge my bets against there being iron. I don't believe there should be iron, but I cannot say for certain. I don't have the schematics on this place.
Very well.
Rebar
We
is
sh-
made of steel, technically. Would that count?
the Dredger makes sort of a gesture with his hand and says, not particular.
Okay,
The
so
specifics of the weakness of iron to our kind is very complicated and somewhat overblown, especially in this location.
for brevity's sake, also, we're just gonna have exit wound kind of step forward and go. Um, from what I know about basic construction, the only thing at the power plant that would really, in all likelihood, be made out of iron would be like maybe a control panel or two. And even that would be a stretch. It would be more like copper or bronze for conductivity. Rebar is made out of steel, and while that's a processed form of iron, I'm assuming it would be more or less lethal to your kind since it's processed and mixed with other things. It's also going to be surrounded by concrete, which I'm assuming you don't have any issues with.
No. Then we shall take the power plant. Dredger looks around a bit, and there's a strange sound like from a truck spring being twanged hundreds of times in a second. And written in a small row of metal on the floor are the words, "Yes."
What? I'm lost. Both both Gallant and Exit Wound are confused by this.
As is Dredger, who will look around and say, Is that the work of the other one, my lord? The
Mammon's going to stare at it. He's going to take a napkin, clean himself off from the meal. He's going to go, I'd say we can safely disregard it. And he's just going to disappear.
Dredger claps a hand and says, "Very well, let us move towards the power plant."
I'm gonna drop down to the Shadow Realm and hang out with Seth.
All right.
See you.
Bye.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I can't. We can't let them know about hidden sorrows. That needs to be the exact nature of the miserable bastard must be hidden.
Yeah, that's what I said when I said Bob was here. All right. So we you guys talked to the ghost of the captain of the Spirit of the Known LLC. A WeWorks subsidiary. As you guys bank through the sky, this power plant is definitely kind of overgrown. You see a lot of crustaceans, weirdly enough. Like, you see hermit crabs using the armored vehicles as shells.
Sick.
You see barnacles growing up the concrete reinforced side of the power plant. Barnacles can be kind of territorial. Hard to say what's inside. Now, we are doing a mission, which means we can spend critter points. I believe we have, 2,000 left?
Something like that. Though, at this moment, it might be best, before we spend any points, can Dredger, without alerting any of the local fauna, summon the waterlog to his location?
Mm-hmm. That's just like an unconscious thing you can do at this point. The 8 waterlogged just rise from the muck at your command.
All right. Dredger will look at them and be about to give them an order, but actually look and see how everyone else is reacting to them.
So, Alex, waterlogged, you see these things as you guys haven't landed yet, so it's just, you see from like various pools of moisture and filth in the area, these skinless, kind of like red and puffy muscles stapled and restitched onto broken bone. You see their bodies are like, they're human shaped, but it looks like they've taken bits and pieces of the environment to restitch themselves together. So like one might have driftwood jammed into their arm to replace bone. one's non-existent lips probably show like a jaw filled with broken teeth, glass, fish hooks, and spikes of some sort of bone. Just horrific undead abominations just pulling themselves onto the ship.
So I like to imagine Exit Wound like kind of unslings his rifle. It doesn't like pull it up because it looks like Dredger, the guy who's allegedly in charge, seems okay with this endeavor. So he just kind of like readies his rifle and then tensely calms down. But I also like to imagine that the armor for Gallant looks at those things and goes, he's not going to be okay with that. And instead makes them all fancy looking pirate boys.
Yar!
With cool little feathered hats. They all look vaguely similar to Dredger, but they are not zombies according to the armor's perception feed to good old Kevin Totter. And then because of that, instead of saying something creepy, he goes, "Oh, those guys look cool."
Very well mollified that his group will not attack the waterlogged. Dredger nods and says, "These are the waterlogged. They are members of our group. We ask that you respect them, and they shall respect you." Now, if shall we enter the building and begin scouting out to see what the situation inside is? It is most. It would be wise if you stayed close to us. We have an advantage against various creatures of the waters. They will not seek to harm us, nor should they attempt to harm anyone standing too close to us.
So at this point, I think Exit Wound is going to say, I'm probably more useful on the ship. My skill set is less about cramped spaces and more about target removal.
Very well.
But have fun down there, boys. I'll hold down the fort.
Is there any specific sort of location you might require that you wish us to find for you?
Just kind of look. Is the power plant have like a tall point on it, Sam, that like he could maybe turn into like a sniper nest?
So you know how like nuclear power plants have like those really tall cooling towers? Like those big things the steam comes out of?
Yeah.
You see like what looks to be like a workstation. Maybe like a maintenance outpost on top of one of those.
Yeah, so after picking that out, he's just going to point at it and say, I'll probably post up there when you guys are finished.
Very well.
I can manage getting up and down from there on my own, probably.
Okay.
If not, a ladder can easily be made.
And then he's also going to just kind of like grab the tube worm.
You grab the
Because
pot.
Yeah, and he just kind of like talks into it and just says, I'm not 100% sure you can hear me, whoever you are, but let me know if you need me to shoot something.
Okay, buddy.
It's so weird.
He just, for now, is going to go up into the. I'm assuming the ship has like a crow's nest of some kind.
Yeah. Plus, it's a flying ship that can move in 3 dimensions.
Yes, but he's going to go into the crow's nest for now because it'll give him the best like angles of fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then get his bipod set up and just kind of
hunker down.
Get ready in case they actually need him to help. Because I think technically he could shoot through the wall of the power plant.
Fuck.
Probably, yeah. You have pen 5, right?
He has pen 5.
You could get through the outer shell. Once they start getting underground or into the inner workings, then it gets.
And it'll be done. Yeah, so he'll just mention that. He's like, I'm pretty sure I can make it through as long as you're not underneath more than one layer of concrete. So
Dredger will say, "You may need to be careful to defend yourself as well. It is. We are not entirely certain how he works, let us call it, but the good captain and his crew may return and attempt to steal this ship back. What we mean is do not get too comfortable."
I'll keep an eye out.
Very well.
All right.
And
then Gallant, after that exchange, is going to go, all right, well, let's head on down then, and just proceed to jump.
all right.
So as the wind rushes past Gallant, the armor remembers the feeling of hitting the ground at high speeds, and you feel the armor in your legs change, adapting for fall damage. And as you hit the ground, it's as if you weren't falling at any speed at all. You land perfectly lightly. You don't even have to crouch down. It's like you weren't even moving.
Yeah.
How is Treasure gonna get down? Treasure will call a small mist around himself and simply appear from the waters down below.
Yeah, Gallant, you see Dredger just rise from a local pool of water, just stepping out of it like one step out of a pool.
Neat.
It is really quite convenient.
I'm gonna assume you want me to take the lead since I was hired as your bodyguard, so I'll just
This is quite amenable, yes.
starts walking forward. I'm assuming there's only one way in so far, right?
Yeah, there's only one way that's not horrifically overgrown by barnacles or collapsed, which is the main entrance, which is just built into a solid chunk of concrete. It would be more amazing if it had collapsed, honestly.
As everyone is walking in and Dredger... Sorry?
Go ahead.
As everyone begins walking in and Treasure is in the middle of the group, when in a moment when no one's looking at him, he takes the time to hit the side of his head as if he's somewhat confused. There's this is me trying to like bring up that I am saying the same couple of words over and over again with this character, and I'm trying to get him to acknowledge that I'm doing that in hopes that I remember to change up his diction.
Okay. You gotta do the
I have to
anime
eat.
girl head bump to reset the character.
He'll have that thought and then think, why did Avery have to be how he was?
Also, at that point, as he's finishing that thought, that Gallant will form his weapon, which to Gallant is just like there's a spear on his back at all times, and he kind of like reaches back for it and pulls it out. But to everyone else visible in a viewable area, there's like this creepy motion from the entirety of the armor as it pulls resources from everywhere all at once, which just kind of starts shinking out, like quite literally like scraping across the plate, the chitinous plate of the surface of the armor, as this like gross black sinewy spear that starts forming. It is technically a great spear, but he swings it around with one arm with incredible dexterity and speed.
All right.
Okay.
How are
And
the
that
waterlogged reacting to this guy? He rules.
The waterlogged have pretty muted reactions to most things that aren't. What the fuck is Bob doing? What is he punching?
He's teaching Seth how to river dance over the phone.
Okay. Okay. The waterlogged have pretty muted reactions as long as it doesn't involve the suffering of their fellow man. But the waterlogged seem more preoccupied by this random military. Sorry, what's the ATV, armored transport vehicle? I guess.
Yeah.
It would be a armored personnel carrier, APC.
There we go. It's one of the ones with a gun on it. The waterlogged seemed wary of it for some reason.
Dredger will ask one of them. What's wrong?
In response, one of the waterlogged picks up a stone, throws at it. You hear a soft clink, and then 6 hermit crab legs will just burst out of the steel, and the entire vehicle is going to invert as a hermit crab kind of unfurls and begins rapidly clicking. Now,
Galen immediately looks at it and just goes, "Well, I'll be a son of a gun. That might just be the goddamn coolest hermit crab on the face of the planet."
now, Tom, you know that creatures of the water should not be reacting in a hostile way towards Dredger. This thing should
Yeah.
be perfectly mollified. Can you make a scrutiny check for me?
Sure. Let me just verify what my scroot is.
And still,
Yeah. Just want to make sure. Okay. So that you know, I have. It'll be. Sorry, scrutiny you said or perception?
Scrutiny.
Okay. Then it's 3 hard dice again.
Awesome. Alright, as you look at this thing, you notice its eyes are milky. There is foam coming from its mandibles. There is a clear liquid dripping from its joints, and it looks horrifically dehydrated. This thing might have fucking hermit crab rabies.
I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it.
After a fashion, yes, it seems dehydrated. It is not safe
up?
to approach them. Don't. They are ill. This might be some form of rabies.
So should we kill him?
Yes.
And as soon as he says yes, like literally, as soon as the word forms, you watch the spear just kind of fly. Like he pulls it back like a javelin and just wings it at the hermit crab, straight in for its hermit crab face.
Alright.
Damn.
So the second danger happens, the armor hatch falls down over the hermit crab's face.
Mm-hmm.
How much penetration does this have, and what's the width on the attack?
Well, I have 10 wiggle die, so it's going to be 10. And then penetration 5.
Okay.
Jesus.
So that totally negates its light armor.
How many
damage does it
attack
do?
levels?
Oh, 8 attack levels.
Fuck.
Okay. And does it deal shock and killing or just killing?
Shock and killing.
Okay, great.
And it's disintegrating, so.
The spear pierces through a solid 3 feet of metal. And you just hear a horrific screaming as... So when it disintegrates, is it a normal disintegrate or does anything weird happen?
I like to imagine that part of the reason the armor is so adaptive is that as it like punches through stuff, it consumes it and adds it to like its biomass, kind of like the prototype thing.
Got it?
If you've ever played that
Yep.
game,
Hell yeah.
You see the metal and chitin weave out as it pierces this thing's metal and skull. You hear the screaming begin echoing as the hermit crab begins to collapse in on itself, the collapsing metal sounds and rending as it forms into a ball, its chitin starts to crunch as it collapses into a single point and then disappears.
Yeah. It doesn't, for the record, eat any of the APC because it hates metal and like
Okay.
it's
And
mostly
that,
only eating otherworldly things, if that makes sense.
got it. So you see the crumpled ball of the APC just collapse onto the ground.
And then instead, like you would expect right after that, the spear to like magically like wiggle out of whatever it's latched into now and then just return to his hand all cool like. But instead, the spear just kind of melts into like a pool of this creepy black ichor. And then the tendrils start leaping back across the ground and attach themselves back to the suit, and a new spear is formed.
Okay.
Sam, for the record, that's lore wise, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no
Eventually,
mechanical.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's the door guardian just fucking dead. All right. Yeah. All right.
Uh, Also, as a quick aside, Gallant did not see any of that. Gallant saw himself reel that javelin back, his spear being like a golden etched, beautiful, like masterpiece that quite literally could have been handled by a god. As it is thrown, it just engulfs in fire and lightning. And when it hit the crab, instead of like there being a hunk of metal there, it just explodes into like a golden shower of sparkles and like fairy fire that kind of fades out.
All right.
So he sees things with magical girl vision.
Yeah, basically. The armor has fully convinced him that he is like the hardest magical girl on the planet.
Oh
Oh
hell!
hell yeah, that's perfect.
I had tried to write a character like that who didn't have a sense stat at all. Instead, he had a power that fed him like incorrect information.
Mhm.
He thought he was in an isekai, so like Urban Decay was the Demon King. Everyone else was like medieval peasants.
That's funny.
God, the ego shatter when he gets his ass kicked by a peasant, though. All right. So as you guys step into the main building, you hear a warped speaker. The damp having just fucking ruined this thing. Go visiting out, closed, and you hear the click of an empty auto turret. Try to fire on you. Well, you hear the clicks of several empty auto turrets, either trying to fire on your location and being out of ammo, not being able to turn and firing off into a wall, or one of them just fucking explodes. The automated defenses in this area miraculously seem to somehow be online in some capacity still.
He already has electricity. What'd I tell you? I bet we might even be able to squeeze a shower out of this place given time.
We are just shocked it still works. Honestly.
Yeah, you see him rather quickly like dash about the whole room, kind of like patting surfaces and like dusting things off. Like making himself at home already. The one of the turrets, he walks in front of it, one of the ones that still has ammo, and you just watch as the bullets like hit him and bounce off. He just ignores it completely, not even realizing he was shot. He's like,
It
yeah,
would stop him.
yeah, I could live here. This is a nice place.
I don't know if it'll come up here, but Dredger does have permanent perception.
All right. Let's see here. You notice there's a few computers in the room. Those are hardcore not working, except for, weirdly enough, the visitor panel on the back, which is just a flickering mess of a hologram. You notice that you are being watched. There are several cameras that are still active and following your position actively. And you see there's like recent dirt here, like the dirt that comes from something dying and decaying off. And you see like some very faint scratch marks in the walls, but you also notice that some of them look like they have been patched over, which means Something fought here, probably an animal, and more concerningly, something is fixing the damage here.
Not that concerning.
Treasure will share. This place seems to have full habitation. I don't
Well.
suppose you're able to use or break into computers.
Yeah, no. My compatriot does not like anything.
And hearing that,
Does not elaborate. It's literally, it seems like it might just not like anything but itself.
reasonable. Hearing that, one of the keyboards starts clacking away because Hidden Sorrows has a Dyson security systems.
Alright, cool. It's, you guys, the power's gonna adjust. You guys don't hear clacking. He's just on the keyboard.
Let me roll and see if he gets any. Oh my god, he got 2 10s. Holy fuck.
Excellent work, guy who I can't see.
So you guys, so he gains a willpower, and then I imagine he immediately loses it because Dredger's gonna look at it and go, "Oh wow, the visitor center thing opened up entirely on its own." Like that's
I don't think he would lose a willpower for that, honestly, because he's still helping them, and that's all he really values here.
That's fair. I was just making it.
It would have been funny though. Yeah, he lost it.
Hey, how many is an intrinsic for can't gain willpower worth?
Oh god, I don't even know. Probably between 5 and 10. I don't know.
Also, for the sake of like the story, can we also say that Dredger has one of those tube worms, so that
Yeah, sure.
if
The
Exit
flower
Wound
pot-
needs to update,
the flower pot. Actually, do you want to spend like? We gained 250 critter points from owning the flotilla this session at the start of this session. Do you want to just spend like I don't know, like 30 on just like 3 flower pots full of tube worms?
here, that sounds good to me. Is that cool?
Sure.
I think the tube worms are going to be a lot more useful as we start like spreading out too.
Do you
Yeah.
want to spend 50 for the full 5 then?
Yeah, I'll do. Let's do an even 50, and then we can
Okay.
just say that one of those extras. So we have like 4 floating ones, but one of them is with Dredger, so that if Exit Wound feels he needs to update the leader about something, he can talk to him from any distance
Hell yeah.
in 300,000 miles.
Got tube worms everywhere.
All right, but anyway, back to the plot.
All right.
So, what you're saying is that we might have some company.
Yes. It seems this. Well, they haven't rearmed the machines here. They do seem to be repairing the building from damage. You can see there's multiple signs of combat and death, but much of it seems patched over or even cleaned.
So with the visitor center computer hacked, you can actually access some of the video files that are from the lobby camera that's following you guys right now.
Dredger will yell out, Soros, can you put onto one of the screens anything that could help us? And Soros will put the local camera onto the screen.
There's like 6 or 7 video files it's managed to save. Do you want to start in the oldest or the newest?
Let's go oldest to newest.
All right. So like the first couple, these are relatively recent. It doesn't keep. It keeps like 1 a month by the looks of it. That might just be how often it's activated. Hard to say. You notice a group of gear boys looking pretty roughed up has made their way in here. When they made their way in here, a lot of the stuff wasn't working. The first video is one gear boy working on the camera, like it turns on with his face in frame with you see injured gear boys patching themselves up. And the date happens to correspond to when the Iron Legion took over the refinery. You see a few more images of them fighting off like caiman remnants, some wildlife. Eventually, you see the rabid hermit crab just trying to bash in the front door, which at that point seems like they're pretty well trapped based on the stuff they start building. To like, it's more like water collectors and stuff like that.
Okay.
The most recent one shows a number of Mark IIIs fighting a Gear Boy and then getting obliterated by the automated turrets. It looks like the fight is what fucked them up, in addition to the damp.
All right.
So there were Iron Legion here very recently. Don't know if they're still here. Don't know if they've made their way in. Don't know if the Gear Boys are still alive.
Gallon is like over your shoulder. He's pretty tall. He's like 6'1". Wait, is Dredger 7 foot? You said?
Yes.
Okay, Gallon is peeking around you because he's only like 6'1". And he goes, "Huh? Those armor suits look pretty fancy like, but I'd still take mine." That's like his armor on the shoulder.
This is only reasonable.
I still love you.
These are
that seems too
suits.
fancy.
These suits belong to a group called the Iron Legion. We should endeavor to not meet with them. They are very powerful. And what is the nature of your armor?
That's actually a quick clarification question for Sam as well. Am I weak against the Iron Legion armor?
Not specifically. Like, you might be weak in the sense that they have penetration on their attacks, but
Yeah, but I'm not like their stuff isn't going to turn my armor off, right? Because I put native power on like everything.
yeah, no, it's not gonna turn anything off. At most,
And we said
if they had cold iron, the power, like, if they had cold iron, your armor might become like a little bit shaky, like it might become unreliable for a couple of things.
Can I develop an immunity to cold iron?
Unfortunately, meta powers are not allowed to affect cold iron the same way cold iron can't affect them. It's like it's like they can only work one below themselves.
No, I was just curious because technically it is like a thing.
Yeah,
but it makes sense if I couldn't because obviously its design would be like to cancel powers, so things that are powered probably couldn't become immune to it.
Yeah.
Either way, Dredger will say they carry with them a substance they call cold iron. They can use it to damage anything of a magical or paranormal basis.
I think also Gallant would know a little bit about it because that's probably somebody probably has like something made out of cold iron in those pits, and that's probably the people that have the best time against him and have beaten him before.
Yeah, cold iron is very rare outside the southern bog, but there's analogs that you'd probably be aware of. You're like, okay, This is a meta disruption. I've seen those before.
I'm not talking about like they have the suits or anything, but somebody probably like it's rare, but I'm sure one of those like famous pit fighters that probably has at least one weapon.
Yeah.
Like a sword or something that he's like cludgeoned together to help him get through.
Yeah, something like that.
We'll say he's interacted with it once or twice, but obviously Kevin Totter does not understand what the fuck it is. The armor just registers it as not good for it.
Yeah. So you guys don't get a full view of the Iron Legion squad that came in here, but what you do see are at least 3 Mark IIIs, which are the tiny armor guys, like more like powered armor. And you see 1 Mark V, which is the Goliath. It's like a oversized diving bell, can barely fit in the room. This one seems kind of small. Dredger would notice this one seems kind of small for a Goliath. Maybe it's one dedicated for indoor operations, but it's still a Goliath.
Goody.
And those are more like giant mecha diving bells that are souped up for like full war purposes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it'll be a good time down here after all.
Let us be as careful as we can be. There's no use in risking ourselves here.
Sure, you're the boss. Proceeds to start walking towards the open door. And then as he gets to it, he goes, "Oh yeah, by the way, thanks the mysterious man." He looks at the ceiling and around and then just kind of generally thanks the room because he's not sure where he is and keeps walking.
There's a sound of a truck spring twanging as if hundreds of times in 1 second. And then in a little line of metal on the ground is the word, yes.
That gets weirder every time it happens. Keeps walking. I don't think he's quite smart enough to put together that that's the guy doing it, or if that's just something that's starting to happen. Or
I did the math. He can do that for a really, really long time. Half of his inventory space is taken up with staples. So he can carry fucking he currently has 7 million staples with him.
Ammo.
Jesus Christ. All right. So you guys make your way in. There's that standard kind of scaver thing where you get to a bunch of signs that say danger, do not enter, authorized personnel only. Looks like you guys come across 3 separate paths. One takes you to the administration building. One takes you to fuel storage, and one takes you to the reactor core itself.
All right. I guess starting with fuel storage first is probably wise.
How so?
No.
Let's talk about that.
All right. Well,
What
you said we
drives you
had
to fuel storage.
You said we had fuel storage, the reactor cells, and what was the third one?
The administrative
building.
offices.
Yeah.
The administration offices feel like that if anybody is still here, that's where they would probably be hanging out because it's designed for habitation. The reactor cells could still have deleterious effects from whatever this place was reacting upon. And fuel storage has the same issue, but it is potential. I'm just kind of imagining a big warehouse space.
Yeah, so it probably means fuel rods, right? Because is this a nuclear plant, Sam?
Yeah, for more or less.
Is it an electrical plant?
It's like a nuclear plant. It's very futuristic. Got
Oh,
a bunch of
in
weird
this
shit,
sense,
but
nuclear plant would probably mean fuel rods, like the nuclear component that they insert into the machine to make energy. So that would, in my opinion, be the sketchiest part in a post-apocalyptic land where things are falling apart, because that would be where most of the radioactive material would be stored.
Okay, I see your point.
And we probably need something from there, but for now, I also, as even if it was just oil, which is cool, or something to fuel an electric power plant, I would want to talk to the people first. This is all out of character, by the way. Gallon is 100% going to follow whatever you say, because he's basically your bodyguard, so he's here to make sure you don't die, and that's it. But,
yeah, I was thinking solely in terms of running into people. Or enemies. I wasn't actually thinking about that really.
Should consider the fact that we know there's possibly 2 factions in here, and if one is fighting the other, we may be able to pick a side and earn ourselves our slot in this base and some additional helpers. Because whoever fixed this base probably has skill sets that we need, considering none of our characters are builders.
Yeah.
So if we can recruit the guys that the armored people are trying to kill, granted that'll be hard, because I'm assuming these Mark IIIs and the Goliath are going to be a bitch to kill.
I know from Hub Squad that
we can do some stuff.
Getting Gear Boys on your side shouldn't technically be that difficult if you treat them well.
Yeah.
I will
Which
say,
is
two things to consider, like in the grand scheme of this campaign. Mammon Gray is trying to get an in with the Iron Legion. He didn't get the forage hurt, so he has to work really hard. He's going to spend most of his resources getting them on his side.
Is that the Iron Legion is the suits of armor
The
guys?
suits of
right?
armor guys. Now, things that Dredger would know about the Iron Legion. They are not builders themselves. They just appropriate and steal technology and then claim it as their own. The only reason they have half the shit they do is they have a bunch of gear boys basically in pens churning out their tech. So they're not going to be good for rebuilding the reactor.
This
But
could quite possibly be a bunch of Iron Legions coming in here to try to farm some gear boys.
Yeah. It seems like the best case scenario would be to somehow get the drop on both groups and get them both to be subservient to us.
I don't
Is that
think we're
what-
going to be able to do that with Iron Legion if Mammon Gray can't recruit them.
Yeah. I
So
mean, it's
our-
not that he
I
can't
think-
recruit them, it's that he doesn't have an in on them. There's weird rules for where he is and isn't allowed to appear.
I do agree that that would be the best case scenario, though, is that we can get both of them to not even subservient, just work with us.
Yeah.
But we are evil, so subservient would be ideal, I guess. But I think we should shoot best case scenario because that would be like a goddamn miracle, right? I'm assuming there's no way we're going to be able to get these Iron Legion guys to agree to just hang out with us instead.
Yeah,
Our best
like,
case should be getting those gear boys to agree to work with us for free labor on this power plant to get it up as fast as possible.
mm-hmm. That seems like
And
the
I
best
can-
option, and also
I
would
can
be
theorize that if we save their lives, they might be, a little bit thankful.
even considering what we have with the waterlogged and everything.
Yeah.
It would also
And I
be
mean,
good
like,
to have them because that'll be better for Alpha with Project Prometheus.
yes, 100% yes. If Alpha had a whole team of dudes who could help work on the armor, because God knows Alpha can't, but if he had a bunch of dudes for Project Prometheus Omega variant, whew, we could go places, baby.
What a name!
I would like to think that if we do successfully obtain these gear boys, that is what the name they come up with after working with Alpha on it is, because they're just so impressed by Omega,
Hell yeah!
because he does have that effect on people.
Yeah, this badass motherfucker.
All right. Anyway, back into character. Sorry, back to the original discussion, not into character. I personally would prefer to get dealing with the people out of the way, and then we can check on the status as like a post-op thing, because I feel like if
Okay.
we start looking at the reactor and checking on all of that stuff, odds of getting ambushed skyrocket by these armored dudes, and then we don't have a chance to at least try to talk to them first.
Dredger will then say, "All right, let us hold our current position, and Soros, can you scout ahead into the administrative offices and report back whatever should be happening there?" Yarp. And Soros will go off to I hate that I gave him this voice. He'll go off to the administrative offices.
Okay.
The administrative offices is currently a full-out war between the Gear Boys and the Iron Legion. The Iron Legion are currently at a stalemate as the Gear Boys have apparently converted one of the nuclear fuel rods into a straight-up radiation gun and mounted it on an automated turret.
Oh my god, I want these guys on my team so bad. Can you
So-
imagine if they strap one of those to Alpha?
So the Iron Legion can't leave the cover of the concrete. Like, you see one make a bolt, and the Mark IIIs move fast, like over 800 miles an hour. But you just see a flash of blue light, and the armor just crumples and skids across the ground. You see nothing organic inside there anymore.
That's a good thing. Probably needs
Hidden
a shower. But
Sorrows
that's
will-
a really good thing.
And Soros will use the tube worm and say, "Oh, darn, god damn it, it's a real fuck fest in here, guys."
That voice is great. I'm going to say that Gallant understands that dialect because he's also supposed to be pretty southern.
They both speak Boomhauer.
So he
Did Judge
understood
look
that
to Gallon and
completely.
Askins?
Oh, he said. Well, he said it was a fuck fest, which I don't know if you're privy on all the English language stuff, but basically, it's not great. Seems to be a war of some kind. I'm assuming between the two people we saw in there earlier.
Very
Maybe
well.
we should head in.
All right.
And on as soon as you say all right, Gallon's gonna like move to the front again and start walking like pretty well. Walking is a strong word. He's gonna start booking it towards
Yeah,
trying to
power
like get in
walking.
there. Yeah, he doesn't want to lose you, but like he is trying to like save the people in that room. But he did say it was a stalemate. I guess like he'll take it slow. He said it was a stalemate.
Yeah.
So, um, also Sam, just as a quick out of character thing, the armor hears the like radiation gun, and do I have radiation immunity from anything yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so it's the first thing that I think the armor is going to do when it walks into that room is start working on that, just because of the passive radiation from the armor that's clearly halfway to the door.
So, weirdly enough, there's no background radiation here.
Oh, really?
The Gear Boys did a really good fucking job sealing this place up.
Even with the gun it just shot, like the armor isn't irradiated?
So this gun has a specific half-life of about a tenth of a second.
Interesting.
It's a good gun.
It's a pretty neat gun.
The Gear Boys cannot risk residual radiation in a place they want to live.
I guess that's fair.
Can
All right then. No worries on my end.
Can I, using the permanent perception on Dredger, can I see the any serial numbers on any of the Iron Legion armor?
They're all Mark IIIs for the most part. Nothing too complicated. I will say, the gun itself shoots radiation. It's just the radiation doesn't stick around very long.
Yeah. No, as long as it's not like the room is slightly radioactive. Because like my initial thought too is when we go into like the fuel room, I'm sure some of those are going to be broken. So I was just trying to get the I'm immune to radiation out of the way now.
If you go into the fuel room expecting radiation, you might have a better chance of finding it there. If you want to be immune to radiation going in there, it might be a better idea to hit one of the other two locations first.
Well, we're heading over to the administrative buildings right away.
Okay.
I have an idea to really confuse the people in the
The goal was
administrative
to
buildings.
get the radiation immunity before I get into the fuel room, because I'm assuming it's going to be radioactive. I'm also assuming Gallant might be the only person that can safely work in that room for a while.
Yeah. I will say, the way your immunity works, it's actually safer for you to do, like, low, like, background radiation and versus because the gun is gonna hit you with what is basically a non-physical attack. That's max power and then nothing. That's not the best situation for your power.
No, no. I was 100% just hoping that the gun left radioactivity so I could get the immunity. I understand how the gun.
Just wanted to be very clear about the mechanics.
I understand how the gun murders people. It is not a pleasant sight to be irradiated to death.
Cool.
No.
Just wanted to make sure its mechanics were clear. Got it. Okay.
I don't think I have anything that saves me from non-physical, unless it would read the armor first, because technically it's not metal.
So, if you got immunity to radiation, the non-physical attack wouldn't be able to hurt you.
Wouldn't?
It would not. Immunity turns off like appropriate non-physical attacks.
That's fine. That makes more sense, actually. Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I have an idea how to get into this situation.
Sure, shoot it.
Previously, when Dredger was still Avery, he was able to get the Iron Legion off of Hub Squad's ass by using a voice mimic power to copy another character. What was the timestamp of that first video when the Iron Legion were attacking, Sam?
I don't know. Are you talking about the Fringe Marquis mimic? Yeah,
I'm wondering, like, how long have these Iron Legion guys been here? Do they know what happened at the flotilla?
You meant the actual timestamp on the video on the visitor center. They have been here since before the flotilla fight.
All right.
So they don't know.
So combining that with everything, if Dredger gets close enough to have a decent line of sight, he can throw his voice and, using the voice of the presiding silence, order them all to stand down and leave.
How do I figure out how fast I move again, Sam?
So it's all on your body, right? You don't have any speed powers?
I don't have any boosters or speed powers yet. It's just all
How
in
many
body.
dice
It's
in body
12,
have you?
12 dice in body.
12 dice in
Any
body
boosters?
is
No boosters.
That'll be 80 miles per hour.
Okay. So slower than the armor by a lot. Got it.
Yeah.
Just wanted to check. Because it makes more sense that it doesn't move like as fast as that kind of stuff, but it is still like insanely fast. Because 80 miles an hour is kind of gross on a human being.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But yeah. Anyway, sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
yeah. As we get close enough, is there a point where we can see the Iron Legion, like their formation, or where they're holed up?
So what the Mark IIIs are doing is they've basically, both sides have just collapsed an entire floor of the administrative building. Like the second and first floor have just collapsed onto the ground floor. And they're using the Gear Boys have basically built a fortified location out of that rubble. The Iron Legion are basically knocking over pillars and using the fact that they have absurd super strength to stack support columns on top of each other. They're using giant metal staples to make like these almost like battering ram things, except they're sideways and they're using them as like cover as they move up. The concrete stops the radiation because it's several feet thick, but it doesn't stop the explosives they've planted everywhere.
Okay.
And this is just basically, think like the size of a gymnasium, except it's a miniature war zone.
What is the armor doesn't make their coordination higher, right?
No.
So what is the like average coordination? Would Dredger know that? Like how fast do they move? Can I see them easily?
Yeah. So how they work is they have like servos in their legs that just store up a bunch of energy and it just launches them forward really fast. They move.
Yeah.
They don't have to move at their max speed. They have wiggle dice, but it's very predictable where they move. Even though they're moving at 800 miles per hour, there's enough of like they're not coordinated. You can tell exactly where they're going to be when they're going to be there.
I'm just confirming that because I have 10 die in coordination technically.
So yeah, your finesse is off the charts compared to them.
So it also just says that I move faster than people can see at 9. So theoretically, could I like run through the room to get to the Gear Boys and be like, "Hey, we're here to help," without getting hit?
You wouldn't be able to get all the way because it's like 350 feet across. And 80 yards per round is about 240. So
I move 80 miles per hour. Is that 80 yards per round?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a neat conversion. I'm going to write
right?
that down too.
So you'd stop a little bit short, which could leave you open to the radiation guns. 2, while you're running across, you'll have two. I'll give you two choices. One, you can make an athletics check to do like a flying leap at the end to try and, like try and make up that last bit of distance. Or you can make a dodge check as you run, because as you see with the Iron Legion advancement, the Gear Boys have made up like claymores or something because they have some very serious anti-tank armaments implanted in this area, like mines and stuff.
So does Dredger have something he wants to try before I go wacky to try to get over there?
Yeah, Dredger will use his voice casting power and attempt to confuse them by giving an order as from the voice of the presiding silence.
Okay. Make a perform check.
All right, that's perform.
As Dredger goes to like mess with them, Gallant is going to like use a 4 hard dice sense action essentially to see if I can identify where all the mines are. I have 2 other normal die. You have a D10 roller in the Discord?
Not in the Discord. I've just been.
I just used a Google roller.
Hang on, I have some D10s here. Sam, you trust me, right? You know I would never cheat
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah, I
Cool.
trust you.
Be right back.
Dredger gets 6 9s. Nice.
Nice. Okay. What do you say in the voice of the presiding silence?
Well, allow me a moment to think about that as Alex returns. I have a few options I could try.
Okay. I am back with some D10s. Did I miss anything?
No.
All right. Dredger will say in the voice of the presiding silence, all units cease current activities. Cease current activities. Go to the flotilla. The offensive is failing. Repeat, the offensive is failing. Go to the flotilla.
So I'll just roll this into the perception check Gallant made. You hear the Iron Legion go, offensive? You hear one of them go, why the fuck are the ironworks off the leash? What happened?
I didn't roll any extra 10, so it was a 4 with.
Okay. It looks like most of the mines are just in straight lines. It looks like the Gear Boys didn't try and do anything clever, and the Iron Legion are either too stubborn or too stupid to realize that most of the mines are just actually set up along the lines, like the direct lines of movement. Like the straightest path to them.
Cool. Cool.
So you can just step like 3 feet to the left and just run it in.
Then yeah, I'm going to give it a second. Register that I don't think are the Gear Boys like or the Iron Legion guys stopping.
No, they're basically getting blown to pieces, and then they're grabbing like 3 more guys, and they're going, "Okay, it'll work this time. We made it further."
Then I'm going to, with my a bajillion coordination dice, turn. I'm going to after doing the mine check. I'm going to turn to Dredger and just say, "Sir, I don't think that worked too well. It looks like they don't give a shite about this flotilla you're talking about. But I'm gonna go try to talk to the Gear Boys to see if we can get a coordination going."
All right. It is
So,
more they have no idea what he's talking about. They were not aware of the offensive.
yeah, but Gallon is Southern, so he's a pretty blunt dude.
Gotcha.
Dredger will just kind of nod and gesture for you to move, kind of pointing at his throat, hoping you get the gist that he actually can't talk while he's using this power.
Gallant probably will respond with, right, radio silence in a fight, and then he vanishes from your sight. Unless you have a ridiculously high sense, which I think you said you did?
3 hard dice in sense, and then 2 hard dice of permanent perception.
How does being able to see me work, fam?
It's for some people it's like entering bullet time. For other people, it's just they're so attuned to the fine details. They're like, all right, bit of a breeze. I can see the displacement of dirt on the ground. I can figure out trajectory from there. He's right there.
Okay. Does Dredger have the ability to do that if I have 10 coordination?
With that
just
level
out of curiosity.
With that level of like passive perception, probably.
Okay, so then Dredger will see me in nearly the blink of an eye. I move from standing next to him to hitting the point where I'm going to make that jump to get behind their cover while simultaneously avoiding the death ray.
All right.
All right.
Make an athletics
And then-
check for me.
Yeah, I have 10 wiggle die still.
Oh, right. That's in body, not your fucking weapon. Right. Shit. Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck. All
The
right.
armor makes me really cool. And with the grace of a swan, he does one of those fancy karate triple backflips to get into the lines. And as he lands, I'm assuming I made it, right?
Yeah, you made it.
Okay, as he lands in between two of the gear boys perfectly without injuring either of them, he just goes, "So, hey there, fellas, you been here long? I'm
They
not
start
the enemy.
screaming immediately.
I'm down. I'm not the enemy. I'm here to help. My name's Gallant. I was sent here. In all honesty, I was sent here to, live here. It seems like you already do that, though, but maybe we can work something out if I help you with this problem you have, huh?" Then he sticks his hand out for like a handshake.
One of the gear boys.
Does Galen actually speak with a southern accent, or does the armor have its own horrific voice that layers over top of that?
Oh, that is a great question. Depends on the situation. So him and the armor have the armor doesn't actually speak any of the languages of this planet. It's like an empath type deal. So him and the armor communicate through emotional signals, kind of like animals do. So when the armor wants to tell him something, it's literally like emotional charades.
All right.
But if it's trying to be intimidating, the armor turns all of the words he's saying into a mixture between the bugs chittering and a really angry bear.
Oh God. Jesus.
Because it understands that humans don't like those noises.
It has a good idea what it's doing. God.
Yeah. So right now, not doing that. It's just a southern boy.
All right.
But in the future, when he's, talking to bad guys, it's going to sound really creepy.
Hell yeah.
All right.
But
So you see one of the gear boys put the pin back in the suicide grenade they were about to pull. Going, all right. Yeah, we could use the fucking help. Are you able to kill these things?
Well, in all honesty, I don't know yet, but I'm assuming I can because I am pretty good at killing stuff. What do you think, Armor? Does it respond?
You feel the cracking of gears and the bending of metal as if it was like crushing an aluminum can when you think about these Mark IIIs?
Yeah, he's pretty confident we got this. So, you guys, that blue beam thing was pretty cool, but if you could not shoot it at me, that'd be great, because the armor did not like that one right now.
So here's the thing. We had to set it to auto. It's controlled by an AI core right now.
Okay, what does it identify? Movement, I'm assuming?
Well, it looks for armored shapes. Like you.
Can we do something about that, Armor?
How strong is the servo in the camera?
Well, lore-wise, the armor would be able to completely edit its shape.
I got a real dumb question.
Yeah.
Is it strong enough that Hidden Sorrows could just go up and grab it so it can't look except where he wants it to?
That's funny. Just an invisible man it can't detect is just holding the camera at the target it wants to shoot at instead of the area they're moving to.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
He has 2 body. I don't know if that's enough.
It would be an athletics check, a 2 body.
All right, let's see if Soros can do it. That's a no. In his rage, he will just try to blind the camera with stables.
Yeah, it's too much armor for that, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
You're gonna hear one of the Iron Legion members go, "Presiding Silence, can you turn the gun to iron, please?"
All right, hearing that, Dredger will say, This message is as close to automated as I can make it. please return to the flotilla. This situation is.
I'm with the answering machine.
Oh yeah, no, I have a plan. This situation is gone. And then with utter fucking disgust and still in the voice of the presiding scientist to say, Golden Boy had an idea. It's going terribly. Please go to the flotilla.
Make a perform check with like 3 bonus dice.
Sorry, what?
Make a perform
3
check,
bonus
but you
dice.
have like 3 fucking bonus dice for mentioning fucking Xander.
Okay.
Golden boy.
This time it is 6 10s.
Alright, you immediately see what look to be like 2 of the more experienced members of this group go, "Oh, fucking hell!" And they just bolt out of the room.
They get shot by the laser gun?
No,
Or
they're
the
still
radiation
behind
gun?
cover. The radiation gun has very limited range.
If they run out of the room, won't they run into the rest of the
No, they
party?
have to run. They have to run deeper into the room to hit the gun. If they're running out of the room, they're running away from.
No. But if they run out of the room, aren't they running into Dredger and all the?
Oh yeah.
That's not a good thing.
So basically, what happens is they are booking it, and then they meet Dredger. Dredger, who has hyper charm, and 8 waterlogged. Hey Tom, how do you want to play this? 'Cause
As
I'll tell you
soon
right
as
now, 8 waterlogged beat 2 Mark IIIs.
as soon as Dredger hears them start running, he immediately takes a sip of water to get his voice back. Actually, wait, is that still the limit on this, or did I change that? Yeah, he drinks some water to get his voice back. And as they're running up, he will say to them, "You better listen to what he says. I was at the flotilla. The situation's terrible." And I'll roll persuasion on that.
Do it with like 2 penalty dice because flanked by 8 waterlogged.
All right. Normal dice are taken first, right?
Hard dice, normal dice, then wiggle dice.
Okay. Well, I got 6 wiggly wagglies for this. So I'm going to. Do I want height or width?
Height.
Okay, then I'm going to go for 6 10s.
Okay. They're gonna like skid to a stop, look at each other, and go, "It is the Ironworks. They are fucking weird." The other guy's gonna go, "Fuck it," and they're just gonna continue bolting out.
Okay, as a quick aside, nobody is telling Exit Wound that these guys should not be leaving. Would Exit Wound's rifle insta-kill both of those guys?
How much damage does it do?
He's just gonna pop 2 shots in these motherfuckers as they walk out. So it has 5 hard dice and 3 wiggle dice and 2 normal dice. Let me roll 2 normal die.
How many attack rolls?
So it's an 8 wide with +5 attack and pen 5.
Let me think. They would be able to survive 2 shots to the head.
Okay, how long would that take?
They would die. If you
Okay.
decide to kill them, they would die.
Nobody told him they are leaving, so he puts 4 rounds into them as they leave. And then he calls up on the worm and goes, gentlemen, I just put down 2 giant robots. What's going on in there?
Dredger will respond, "We told them they needed to leave, and they have, and they did."
Okay. You said I have
Please.
20. Is 20 mags like a hard limit right now, by the way, Sam?
No, that's just what you have on you right now. Plus, you can always go grab more from the... in between sessions, even if the license gets revoked next session, I don't know. But you can always restock at the Spirit of the Known's Armory.
Okay. Then for the sake of not writing this down, as long as he's on the boat, I'm not going to track ammo.
That's fair.
Dredger will add, "Please keep the hermit crabs off that armor. It may be useful to Mammon Gray at a later point."
Sure. Or affirmative, I guess, would be a better answer.
Uh,
And then he
That's-
scopes back in. and
That's
starts
good
killing
info because
wildlife.
yeah, the hermit crabs are beelining for the Mark III armor. They want that.
He starts killing wildlife. You
I mean, like,
hear if it's a pretty. Oh wait, is it obvious anymore?
I don't think we left obvious on there.
No, it's not a pretty loud gun anymore. Because before it shot with the like noise of an artillery gun going off.
no, just like quite like, thunk,
Yeah, now it just sounds like a regular 50 cal, which is still loud, but not loud enough to be heard from inside like a building, probably, especially a
all right,
thick walled building.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
so we'll say he's indisposed now. Gallant, after watching two of them leave, how many are left?
About like 6 in this room.
And they're all the same armor except for that one Goliath.
Yeah, but the Goliath's not here.
It's not in here.
It's not in here.
Okay. So there's 6.
Yes.
Just trying to do math. Could I get to a position that's close enough to make 4 attacks, but still out of sight of the gauze cannon / radiation gun? I don't know what you want to call that.
Fuel rod gun, because it's just focusing the radiation from a fuel rod like a gun.
Okay.
Dredger
fuel-
will help the
can I-
situation by ordering the waterlogged inn to go aid you.
So, jump out of character real quick. If the gun sees them move and it disintegrates bodies, can they come back from that?
Waterlogged. If they get hit with a full body disintegrate, they do not come back.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Let's not
Okay.
waste resources unless we have to. Appreciate the thought, though.
Yeah.
But again, they're basically our renewable resource for just tomfoolery. But if you see something remove a corpse, then we shouldn't send our renewable corpses at it, right?
Actually, I have an idea how to stop this gun. What's it targeting with?
Camera.
I
It's
just
behind
remembered
the painted bulletproof glass, but
Dredger will just fill that room with incredibly thick mist.
That could work.
Yeah. As the room fills with mist, you hear some panicked shouts from the Gear Boys and Iron Legion, and you see
As the room fills with mist, I'm gonna do my little jump across the room. But since it's harder to see me now, I'm only gonna hit 2 of them, so I can guarantee 2 with 5 attack plus 8, pen 5, go first 5. So it's essentially 10 speed, 13 damage, penetration 5, disintegrate shots at 2 of their heads.
You said 13?
13 attack. Yeah.
Okay. Let me
Jeez.
check. Hold on. Let me check the Mark III's lander real fast.
I still don't know if that amount of mist fills the entire room, but I can, for example, create a 38-yard radius dome of mist, or 117,000 square yards of it.
It'll be thin, but you can at least cover to the gun.
Okay.
So, what Gallant
You could also
notices
condense it.
is-
Sorry, you could also condense it so it just covers the enemies, not the Gear Boys. That way I can just run at them.
Okay,
So,
I'll do it that way.
you notice that the spear barely makes it past. It doesn't actually completely negate the suit's light armor. Like, it carves through the metal shell just fine, but like the shock absorbers seem to actually be handling it almost well. It gets it down to about like 1 point of light armor.
Okay.
You deal exactly enough damage to decapitate one of these things, splitting your attack to 2.
So I killed both of them.
Yeah, you killed both of them.
A very shallow kill, but I got them both.
Yeah, you realize that if you had split it 4, these things would have survived easily.
Yeah, I was assuming it was going to be that, but I was going to hit 4 to try to like draw fire and possibly open up them to getting shot in the back from other people.
That's fair.
But with the mist and the distraction, because it's probably pretty hard to see me since I can't be seen by human eyes when I move, 2 of them just die. And then the armor makes itself incredibly haunting. As instead of doing anything close to like hiding its nature, since it's in mist right now, it basically just after puncturing into the armor and touching their skin, since it kills them, can we say it like literally just sucks their bodies out like a straw?
Yeah, sure.
And then
hot. Slurp, slurp.
so you just see this weird shadow tendril, and it doesn't actually make two spears when it hits multiple things. On the like Kevin Todder's viewpoint, he has two spears, or like he swings a spear a bunch of times. The armor just shoots a bunch of tendrils from anything that would have landed that hit, and then proceeds to like vivisect it. So you just see a spiky thing spike into your friends, suck their bodies out, and then the armor slumps with nothing in it.
Horrific.
That's the goal. Wars are won through terror.
At the end of round, you hear one of them yell, "Head count! Who's here?" You hear the four remaining call out, and they go, "Ted and Kaczynski are not here!"
And then as they finish saying that, Gallant's just going to go, he's going to say, well, I'm here. But the armor's going to make it sound like just hard. Just like, you're not alone.
Oh, shit.
But in the chittering and growl of a bear. Chittering bugs and a growling bear.
It is.
All right. So that brings us to the next round. Now you did talk. So even though you're in mist, I'm going to say they have like a vague idea of where you are at least.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. I'm not super worried about them hitting me because I fought these before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty standardly resistant to most things they can hit me with, unless one of them has a cool gun that I want to get resistant to.
So that's going to be... we're doing just declaration before I do rolls. So that's going to be...
Is that based on sense?
Yeah. So these are treated as having sense 1.
Okay, okay. They go first. Got it.
No, I'm just telling you what the rolls are, because you would definitely know their rolls before...
Yeah. They go first in the declare phase,
first,
and then we find with.
Yeah. So these things will always roll 10... they can't roll 10s on their wiggle dice. That's one of the flaws they have. But they're going to roll 10 9s on every attack, always, pretty much.
Punch me in the chest. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So that's going to be 4 attacks with 10 at 9, height 9. They're going to burn... They're going to take some penalty dice due to the mist, but that still leaves their dice pool above 10 because normal dice get deducted first, and they're going to use Mighty Blow on each of their attacks.
Just once?
Just once. They can't do it multiple times. They don't have special maneuvers.
Okay.
It's all one attack. They only do one attack per round, usually.
Yeah. I'm just... So there's 4 10 wide plus 1 attack modifier attacks coming at me.
Plus 4.
Plus
They have
whatever the armor has.
Yeah, they have a natural plus 3 to their damage, so it's all plus 4. If they
Okay.
hit, it's going to deal 14 killing to your chest, and it does have penetration 3.
Okay, so I would have 7 light armor and 7 heavy armor, so it would ignore the heavy armor because it's wider,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, the penetration would let it ignore the heavy armor.
Okay, so then I would have 7 light armor, so the 14, it's shock and killing, right?
It's just killing.
Okay, it's just killing. So then 7 of that would get converted to shock,
I will be back in 1 moment.
and only... But none of the shock would be reduced because there was only killing.
Yes.
I'm just trying to familiarize myself with the mechanics of the game again.
No worries.
Also, it's hardened light armor. Does that make a difference?
Oh, if it's
That means it can't be...
Yeah, if it's hardened light armor, it ignores the penetration.
Okay, so then you said it was 14. I would reduce 10 of the killing to shock, and then take 4 killing.
Yes. You do that 4 times, but again, you can also try and dodge if you have enough dice for that. You could try and attack, and if you go before them, you could knock a dice off to reduce the damage, possibly.
Mm-hmm. If you tie in the width, how does that work?
I usually rule it as players win ties.
Okay. Because if I go 2 5 wide attacks again, 5 legal die each, all going for the head. That would guarantee 2 kills, and then I would still have 1 extra die because I have 3 normal die and 10 wiggle die, right? So each extra attack subtracts 1 from your die pool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it subtracts from normal dice, then wiggle dice.
So if I did 2 attacks, I would lose 1 of the 3, so I would have 2 extra die to do maneuvers, right?
Yeah.
So then my first maneuver could be... Sorry, I'm just looking for the maneuvers that I posted in Alpha's chart really quick so I could remember what they all do. Actually, there's no reason to use most of these maneuvers except for like go fast or power attack.
Yeah,
But I already know I'm killing him.
Yeah.
And if I add a dodge into that, I would be taking from the coordination pool, right?
Yeah. If you roll multiple actions but they use different pools, you use the smaller of the 2 pools.
Yeah. So I mean, if I die, like I just get up and around.
Yeah.
Because they don't have enough penetration to break the armor, so it's fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna kill the 2 guys, and so my declaration is going to be the multi-attack to hit 2 people, and then I'll just add go first and to both to make sure that I kill those 2 before they hit me, and then I will take. Well, I guess we wait for Dredger to do his turn before.
I think Dredger has higher sense than you. I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure he does because he said he had 6 hard dice permanent or something like that, and I only have 6 dice, so I'm assuming he has a normal die somewhere in there too. But math is correct. I have 18 boxes in my chest, so I would take 14 killing, and then 7 shock twice. So 7 killing and 7. No, I'm sorry. It would be it's only 4 killing, so 8 killing. Actually, I might still be up. No, I'm just barely down, I think.
That's really unfortunate.
Because I have 18, so 18 boxes. So the 4 and 4 is 8. So 8 of those boxes are gone, and then I take 5 or 10 shock twice. So I fill up 5 boxes twice. So I just barely missed being alive.
That's so unfortunate.
It like 2 punches from those things just barely knocks me down. But I immediately heal 3 and revive, so. And it's horrifying.
That is horrifying, being able to survive it like that, yeah. It's like,
yeah,
I
but
see the attacks. Kill.
The remake and the rebuild is horrifying because essentially what happens is like when they kill him, the guy, not the armor, when Kevin dies, it punches a hole in him. Like when they punch him, their fist is going to go through his body, right? The second guy's. The armor is going to like rupture away. He's going to fall on the ground. They're going to think he's dead after killing 2 more of their friends. They're going to be like, "Oh, that was fucking weird. This crazy guy just killed 4 of us and then like didn't get out of the way. What a weirdo." And then immediately, like the chunk of his torso and like his arms, if they fell off, are just going to be like stuck with the like tentacly ichor and slurped back into his torso.
Jesus.
And then it's going to, like with doctor's precision, sewing needle all of his pieces back into place.
I am back.
Them
And an
back into
interesting
his
moment.
body.
Let's hold that description for Tom.
All right.
So, Tom,
Yes.
Gallant and 4 Mark IIIs are locked in combat. 2 attacks... Well, sorry, 4 attacks are coming at him. 2 attacks he's sending towards the Mark IIIs. As it is, it looks like the Mark IIIs are going to be able to deal some serious damage to him this round.
Okay.
For the record, I am not dodging.
All
I'm
right.
just killing. My declaration was I'm killing 2 more, essentially.
All right. Dredger will. Okay, I'd like to have 2 things happen in this round, if that's okay, just to help with this.
Yeah, what's up?
Dredger will have. Dredger wants. I want Dredger to do the voice thing again to try and confuse them.
Okay.
And I'd like Hidden Sorrows to tell Exit Wounds to provide support. Should it be possible for him to shoot them at this location?
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna click over to Exit Wound real quick. His sense is technically 4, so he would have declared before Gallant for the record. Obviously, he would have been involved in this, though we can. I don't know how that would work. I'm assuming he can just say Dredger said that first or whatever.
Yeah. Speech is
I'm
basically treated as
also-
a reaction.
I'm also gonna take a liberty here and assume that if I provide covering fire here, like the crabs might get to the armor, or is that not a thing?
Yeah.
If they get to the armor, that might not actually be that much of a problem.
Maybe. Hermit crabs are notoriously difficult to remove from the shells they choose.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
with
then
the spear, not so much. It's more just the deformation from getting hit by the spear.
Yeah.
Or Gallant, I should say. But
I will
Exit
say-
Wound also, being a professional, does not particularly care if one of his workmates is bad at his job, aka gets killed doing something because he chose not to get out of the way of something. So upon hearing Dredger say you provide covering fire, I think for now, since he's not familiar with anybody, it's just going to be I'm a little busy with like repeated 50 cal fire going off. And then another follow up of there's a lot of crabs out here, by the way. So for at least this round, he's not going to be helping because he's not sure of the situation entirely, and his existing order was keep the armor clean. So he's assuming that these other professionals that were hired can handle themselves.
okay.
Love
Is
that.
his current thought process. So he's not disobeying your orders. He'd like the gist of that is I want Dredger to understand that he's not actively disobeying an order. He took that more as like when you get a second, provide covering fire, and also he's gonna need like coordinates to shoot at because he can't just shoot into the building blind.
Okay. Then, with Dredger's action, can I roll hyper persuasion to try and get them to hold still?
Yes. Just note with charm, it usually even at its best, it usually lags a round or 2.
I just want to try to confuse them.
Go for it. Roll persuasion.
All right. It will be 8 10s, and I gain a willpower.
Okay. So the combat happens first because that's going off at a way higher width. So what you guys see is Dauntless, or no, Dauntless. What the fuck? Gauntlet or Gallant. Gallant. I know the name. I don't know what the fuck. Gallant.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
No, that's me being frustrated with my stutter. Gallant, just with a single whip of this inhuman spear, decapitates 2 Iron Legion members completely. Is about to go for the 3rd and 4th. The 3rd one does like a glancing strike, digging a deep score into the armor, manages to duck down using the momentum, and the 4th one does like a straight charge, as a straight punch into the gap in the armor, and with like a glowing red beam of light, the molten iron blade comes out of the arm. You actually see the light exit, like the almost like glowing heat of the metal exit his back as you see like the bone break and viscera leave the armor as he's.
I also should have asked this before, but just to clarify, they don't have disintegrate, right?
They do not have disintegrate.
That's like kind of obvious if something is going to do that to you.
I
Or is that
usually try and warn you, and Avery would have known.
okay?
But you kind of crumble a little bit as you guys see Gallant crumble down on the ground dead.
Yeah. So my headcanon is you watch him stab or wing the spear at the one, a tendril shoots out, hits the other one in the face, and then as he turns to get the other two, the first one punches him, which like sends him into the wall, and as he's trying to like wiggle out of it, the second one comes over and punches him, and it doesn't like move him further into the wall, and you just watch him pull his arm out.
Oh.
All bloody and chunky. Then
Oh,
you watch Gallant's corpse fall forward. The guy turns towards you, and then you just see the most horrific mass of black ichor spew out of like everything in that area, grabbing all of the chunks that were Gallant's torso about 12 or 5 seconds ago, replace all of them with this sickly squelching noise, like it's sewing him back together, and then he's just standing there ready to go again, if not a little worse for wear.
Brutal.
Yeah, he gets one resurrect per turn.
What? You can take more than one?
Yeah. He technically only dies if the armor is destroyed.
Oh.
The armor is the one using the revive.
Yeah.
So as long as the thing can't permanently destroy every single section of the armor at the exact same time,
Damn,
he will
is
come
like
back
Bill.
to life in 1 second. So yeah,
Hell yeah.
when he respawns, grabs at his chest and just goes, geez, that hurts so bad.
Brutal.
The Iron Legion members then get hit with the persuasion. They think their threat's dealt with, so like, what the? They're like listening. They're caught off guard. They're listening to what you're saying.
What I am specifically saying is that they need to be very careful to put their weapons down. Do not antagonize the
Abomination.
I was going to say, do not if you encounter, do not antagonize or attempt to attack the insectile prototype biological armor. The Mark 9's got loose. It's Xander's fault.
They're gonna
Well,
stop.
everything is just this one guy's fault.
They're gonna stop. We're gonna retract the blade and go, Ricky, you fucking broke it. It's a Mark 9. It shouldn't be that easy.
And then immediately at the start of the next round, he just goes, "What are you guys talking about?" And then kills both of them.
Yeah, just fucking die.
And then starts healing. Like the armor, the scorches in the armor, the like scraps that were ripped off just regrow. You watch as it like pulls material from pretty much everything except for like anything organic in the area is being consumed by it as it like fixes itself.
So as the fog clears and you see just a lack of bodies, iron husks around Gallant, you see one of the gear boys just casually walk up to the radiation gun and just turn it off. It didn't even target them.
Oh, technically the fog doesn't clear.
Oh.
It has endless.
Oh, you don't turn it off?
Yeah, I'll turn it off, but I need feedback that they're all gone.
Gallant will just go, "We're clear."
All right, and then the mist will instantly disappear.
Alright, once it does that, the gear boys saw the truck, casually turn off the radiation gun and go, "So what was that about you guys living here?"
Yeah.
Treasure will walk into the room and say, "Yes, we need a base of operations.
Do you bring the waterlogged with you?
No, the waterlog will stay behind. You shouldn't introduce them to
New
people.
friends.
Yeah. Dredger will say, as a result of certain aspects of our power, sort of gesturing up and down at himself, we have some unusual allies.
Okay. I feel like I'm not gonna like what you mean by unusual.
We are capable of communicating and controlling waterlogged.
And you didn't bring them in here, right?
There are several in the next room. We had assumed they might be necessary for this battle. They will not enter this location, nor will they antagonize you.
He's like, yeah, don't read too much into when he casually turns the radiation gun back on. It's just in case, just in case.
Gallant like raises his hand. That's not gonna shoot at me though now, right?
No, yeah, we changed it.
Appreciated. What was your feller's names again?
So he's Jerry number 1. I'm Jerry number 2.
Oh, there's only 2 of you. Did they get the rest?
No,
or was
the
it just the
rest
2
are
of you
in
to
the
start?
fuel storage area. We're building a nuke.
Wait. Like the boom kind?
Yeah, like full mushroom cloud.
Why?
Because it's the scariest thing we could think to build on short notice, and the radiation gun doesn't work on the Goliath.
Where's the Goliath?
It is currently trying to kill the rest of us in the reactor.
Oh. Okay, well, Dredger, with
Yes,
your permission, I'd like to go continue the rescue operation. I think
absolutely.
Jerry 1 and Jerry 2 should probably hunker down for now.
Yeah, sure. Just a heads up. The fuel storage area. Automated defenses there are still entirely online, and the Gear Boys we've got working there, they're gonna be a little bit jumpy.
Okay.
Dredger will yell back to the waterlogged. Would the waterlogged know what a gearboy is?
They would have an idea, yeah.
Dredger will yell, you will attack none of the gearboys and offer them aid if you feel they need it.
Okay.
By which I mean, if they are in danger of dying, you will protect them.
You hear like one of the waterlogged kind of do like a dissatisfied like clicking in the back of their throat and then just saunter off.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like merging into the darkness as they enter stealth.
Yeah.
You fellows wouldn't happen to know any pockets of radiation around that could cause trouble, would you?
One of them just casually flips open the safety port on the radiation gun. Holds up a Geiger counter. Goes into unsafe but like not lethal territory.
Can I like hold my arm in front of that and give the armor like? Would that work?
Add radiation to your known immunities.
Nice. Thanks, boys. That was extremely helpful.
No worries.
And gonna turn back to Dredger and go, I think I'm gonna start by heading over. You said the Goliath was over in the fuel rods or the reactor area
itself. It's so there's like a reinforced vault area in the reactor where we hunkered down. The Goliath is the only thing they have strong enough to really tear into it.
Okay, so that one has some time.
Probably not. Goliaths are really fucking strong.
Okay.
Do they have any external controls?
Goliaths? No, they're a sealed unit, my man.
There's no way to interact with them from the outside in that regard?
Some of them are able to be opened up for easy maintenance, but this one's an environment suit, so if you wanted to get in, you'd have like a solid 6-hour job disassembling it.
I think I have something that can help us get inside a little faster. Spins his spear.
Well, like a screwdriver.
I
Oh,
find.
you're gonna rip through the armor. Got it. Got it. Okay. Sorry, I was still in. Yeah.
Do you have any way to communicate with your friends? I just want to get to where I need to be as fast as possible. So whichever one's doing worse, I can go help.
Normally, yeah, but the level of radiation, we haven't been able to manage the radiation super well since they fucked us up. So gear radios are down.
Hmm. Well, I'll just go to where's closer. You want to come along, Dredger? Or are you going to hang back here for a bit? I'm going to be honest. I don't actually know if you're here to fight or if you're just more of a supervisor.
I am not. While I am. We would be able to help with combat if it were not the Iron Legion.
No worries, my friend. I can go clean this up right quick. Be done for dinner. And I'm sure with the help of the, what did you call them? The waterlogged?
Yes.
Me and them boys should be able to handle it. They seem like some fine, upstanding gentlemen.
Treasure kind of looks at the Gear Boys to see how they react to that.
They are side-eyeing each other. They don't trust the waterlogged at all. And like Jerry Two pipes up. Just a heads up. The fuel rod thing, that's going to be less of a fight. Like there's going to be automated defenses, yeah, but it's more going to be the people working on the nuke are the craziest ones of us. You're going to have to talk them down.
Well, then I guess Dredger here's got something to do after all.
Yes.
Because most people seem to be scared of me whenever I approach them. I tend to chalk it up to my dazzling radiance and immense stature.
It's quite like 6'1", goddamn, dude.
Well, thank you. I'm going to go handle the big guy, though, I think. So, wouldn't want to take too long. Your friends might actually be dying. It was nice meeting you fellas, Jerry and Jerry. I hope we get more time to get to know each other.
Yeah,
gonna run.
Sure. Cool.
Just immediately vanish from sight. Doesn't actually leave craters where he runs. He just like kind of disappears like Batman-esque.
Oh yeah. Did we want any waterlogged to accompany Gallant?
It's probably not. Actually,
out of character, if the gun is the only thing that kills him, that like fuel rod gun was the only thing. Like, do the suits of armor have a way to keep the waterlogged dead, or will they reconstitute themselves?
The waterlog, like for a fact that only if well, Avery would know it, but the only thing that would be able that the Iron Legion has that that would be able to keep a waterlogged down for any amount of time would be if they had a suit made out of cold iron, which you didn't see initially on the CCTV.
How badly broken are the Mark IIIs on the ground?
Pretty fucked up.
Like, if our Dredger couldn't just have a waterlogged slurp into one of those and...
Waterlogged are pretty gooey by nature. They might risk seeping into the joints.
Okay.
Also, only the heads are fucked up.
There's also technically a training period to use a Mark III to make sure it doesn't destroy your body and yourself.
That makes sense because it's like an exosuit.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
if out of character again, real quick, I do think like you probably need a few just to cover getting shot by the turrets, right?
Sorry,
so
I can't.
Talking to Tom.
I couldn't hear me. Yeah, okay. I could.
So I was saying maybe we split it like. How many do you think you'll need to protect you from turrets? is the question. Because I'll take whatever you don't need. Like, if you want 6 to make like a circle around you that just eats bullets so you can just walk through, that's fine. I'll take the 2. But if you want to split it 50-50, or you think you only need 2, like, however you want. They're your guys, right?
If it's only bullets and not radiation, Dredger should actually be fine. Like, going near, so long as it's all right with you for the mist to be there.
Jerry
Like,
2 will raise his hand. Some of the turrets, A, don't use bullets, and B, if they don't see, if they have an AI core, they're gonna shoot at where they think you are. I don't know if that changes your plans at all.
What if they use non-bullets? What are they armed with?
Tesla cannons.
Very well, I'll bring 6 of the waterlogged with me. Gallant, you take 2 with you.
Yeah. Gallant left a while ago because he wanted to get there fast, but the 2 waterlog will enter the room at some point.
Yeah, like, Dredger will look over his shoulder and say, all right, then. And he'll point to 2 waterlogged.
That was funny because it was really the Batman moment where like he turns to say something to him and he's already gone, and you're like, ah.
They pointed to waterlogged, and they, in the same fashion, disappear.
All right. Can Soros help with this situation in any way whatsoever?
He could theoretically walk all the way to the end and like relay back the measures that are there, like where the turrets are and stuff, and that will help you like avoid getting hit yourself by like hidden turrets or something.
All right. Soros will walk through and attempt to figure out what's going on again.
They weren't kidding about the automated defenses. You see these giant Tesla coil type constructions? You see a Mark III try and sprint past, and the bullets ricochet off it just fine. One of these lightning tower hits it, half of it collapses into ash immediately.
Now, I wanted to know that Soros does have his hyperperception AI up.
Now, what the hyperperception will tell you is...
That's sound-based and, like, vibration-based, by the way.
Okay. It looks like it's drawing power from... not from the reactor core, but from the actual fuel storage. So even if you cut off the reactor, it's not going to turn off these defenses. That being said, you hear that seems to only be going to the Tesla towers. So if you cut off the reactor, it'll turn off the guns, not the Tesla coils. That might be on purpose. These might have been set up after the Iron Legion got to the reactor core.
All right.
Second, this is just something you see. The Mark III only had its arm and part of its body disintegrated. It doesn't have engulf, which means the waterlogged can probably take a hit and then circle back. Like they can just move down in line and let the next one take the hit.
All right. Soros will be sharing this information each time, like the entire time. Like just, oh boy, there's a lot of fun guys. These guns, they ain't gonna. And it'll just kind of mumble off randomly. It's really difficult to tell exactly what the fuck he just said, but he gets the message across.
All right. Yeah, very good. So, we're gonna, as Avery thinks about how to best approach this hallway, we're gonna cut to Gallant entering the reactor core. There's a Goliath currently, both hands clutching like a vault door, and you're slowly seeing it uh, bend outwards like an overpressurized soda can. Uh, there's 8 Mark IIIs in this area.
Mm.
Just kind of cutting at the supporting cables, trying to like work the concrete around it to try and make it easier. Bracing the Goliath so it has some leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Um, with your level of coordination, I'm gonna say they haven't noticed you yet.
Okay.
And that gives enough time for the 2 waterlogged to catch up.
All right. Hmm. So, clarification question again. I have 2 die, 6 wiggle die, and 2 normal die. So 10 die being 4 normal and 6 wiggle in coordination. If I was to attack and then dodge, how does dodging work? Is it only on 1 attack per dodge?
So with multiple actions, we've got some weird rules. First things first. It sounds like the dice you'd roll for dodge is less than the one you roll for attacking. Correct?
Yeah.
So with hard dice and wiggle dice, you're only supposed to be able to use those for the skill or stat that is appropriate for its original roll. So that's always flavored as um, if you're rolling 2 hard dice to shoot gun, and 5 dice from your stat to like I don't know to do an athletics check, you're only
Hmm.
supposed to use the hard dice for the skill it's in. So in this case, it would be like it's
So if I was pulling from coordination, I would not be allowed to use the wiggle die for the body stuff.
correct.
Okay. So that would basically completely rule out attacking and dodging.
Yeah,
I'm assuming they're all in a cluster.
yeah. They're some of them are spread out. Like there's like 2 and 2 on the edges. Some are around the Goliath. Uh,
Do I think 2 waterlog can hold their own against 1 Mark III?
yeah. So waterlogged are very like you don't know much about these things, but they're undead, which means they're probably they probably come back, and B
Wait, give me one
they
sec.
look pretty durable based on what you're seeing right now. It seems like they want this fight as well. Like they are not passive waiting for orders. They're looking at these guys like a dog looks at a steak.
Do you wanna fight? Do you wanna catch these hands?
So what are you thinking, my guy?
Well, I'm not sure how to approach the hallway. Gotta think about that. Think that through a bit.
Alex, if you need a minute, we can get to Tom.
I think he had to get up a moment. I might have just hardcore cut out.
Sorry, I had to do something really quick. I missed the whole explanation for the waterlog.
They're pretty durable. They're undead, so they probably come back. And based on just looking at them, they look like they want this fight. You're pretty sure they, at the very least, are confident they can take a Mark III.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm just gonna go. All right, team on 3. I think we just charge.
All right.
1, 2, 3, team, and
So
then I.
waterlogged have grossly misinterpreted what you meant by on 3. You see them charge forward, grab 2 Mark IIIs, and fucking throw them at the ones cutting the cables, so they're taking on 3 Mark IIIs at once.
I mean that works. I
Hell
love the
yeah.
initiative, and then I proceed to go try to kill whichever 2 are closest to me that they aren't engaging.
That would be the 2 near the Goliath.
That's fine. I want the one-on-one with the Goliath as fast as possible, I think.
All right.
If it's at all possible for you to, like, it's going to be a pain in the ass, but if you can do something that doesn't, like, completely rat fuck the armor, if we.
I'm only hitting them in the head.
Good. Because I
So
have
the
this
armor
image
is
of, like.
only messed up in the head, and it's about as big as the spear. Or a tendril punching into somebody's skull, and then I'm eating them like Cell.
We get the Gear Boys to fix the armor, and then we put waterlogged into the armor.
That'd be cool if it works. I like the idea. But we could also just, like, get the armor ready and then hire people to operate the armor / like get minions and then train them in the armor if the waterlog can't.
Yeah.
But it is like the more we can salvage the better, and even if it's everything like the armor minus a headpiece, like I still feel like that's a win, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like the Gear Boys should be able to fix it up because they're the ones who probably make it. So yeah, I eviscerate the two guys standing next to the Goliath.
All right. The Goliath, now noticing that its teammates are being torn apart, lets go of the vault, turns around to face you. It needed a turn to change from vault mode to combat mode.
What?
It
Needs a
just-
turn to change from pulling the vault to actually fighting.
Yeah. That's why
Okay.
it's not going to attack you this round, but next round you're getting the 1v1.
That's fine. I'm as it like turns to face me, Gallon is just gonna like raise his spear, and say, "Name's Gallon. I'm here to slay you," and do like a little bow, and then flourish the spear and wait for him to get ready.
You hear what sounds between like a mechanical grinding of a giant gear, whale song, and like just a bass as this thing raises one giant hand and just brings it down. That's I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna do a level of go. I'm gonna do maneuvers. Mighty blow.
Are we in the next turn?
first.
That was
Yeah.
like that was just a flavor thing. I wasn't like giving up my turn.
No. Yeah, it declares first as a sensible one.
Okay.
Since I have a telepathic link to web through the tube worm and follow the voice to the river has on site, can I help Gallon in this fight by making more improper orders to these Iron Legion?
You probably want to save that for like ordering the waterlogged. Like you might need to order the waterlogged or like use mist.
I'll be all right. I appreciate the thought, though, Tom.
Believe in you.
Okay. So yeah, it's
So-
throwing one serious attack at you.
Mhm.
You actually see the air form like a sonic boom cone around its fist. And then
Oh, so it's got like a rocket punch coming.
just pure muscle mass, yeah. So what's your move?
I'm going to stare it directly in the eyes. I'm going to squat down into a thrust stance, and Gallon isn't even going to flinch. He's just going to try to spear it as hard as he can in the face.
All right, go for it.
Like every other thing, he's just going to stab it and hope he wins. At least so far. So I'm going to find my... I'm going to do... Can I declare more than one powerful attack?
You don't have the maneuver to do that. You can only do
Oh, okay.
one powerful attack or one mighty blow per attack.
Okay, so I'll do, because I have the extra dice and I'm only punching one guy anyway, I'm going to do one extra fast. I'm going to do a fast attack and a mighty blow.
Okay.
I think I will also add daze,
Hell
because that
yeah.
would be 3.
You can totally do that. That's totally fine.
I'm going to do all that, and then I hit him for 10 with 19 damage, 16 speed, pen 5 with disintegrate and daze.
Hell yeah. So you definitely go off first as you just kind of duck down like a snake. You get right back up under this thing. The spear reforming to extend like your reach. You get this thing right the head, right?
Yeah, just always the face, unless
You
stated
go
otherwise.
right through this thing's viewing port. Uh, the layers of reinforced bulletproof glass shattering as the metal warps around the force of your blow. The sheer size of this thing is gonna gobble 3 of your dice.
Okay.
So that brings it down to what's the damage minus 3?
It was 18, so it'll be 15.
Okay, very
Shock
good.
and killing.
Awesome. All right, this thing has, I believe, 5 hardened heavy armor
I have pen 5. Oh, it has hardened heavy armor.
or
Yikes.
light armor, hardened light armor. Sorry, not heavy armor. You still get through the heavy armor.
Yeah, because of
on
width.
Yeah. This is not a metal attack, correct?
No.
Excellent. Okay. It is still alive. You hear the whale song turn into a screech as electrical pulses just arcs off of this thing. Electrical arcs spark off this thing. The metal around you begins warping as it brings its fist down. What's going to happen is, since this is a slightly different model, it doesn't have. Good news, it doesn't have the natural +7 attack levels. It
Nice.
only has +5. Downside, it has engulf.
Okay.
You're gonna take 16 shock and killing doll hit locations.
Okay. I have 10 hardened light armor.
Mm-hmm.
So I take 6 killing everywhere. And then 10 shock everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Which is another 5 killing. So I take 11 killing everywhere, and it does not do anything to me. I'm still alive.
So that shockwave around its fist, that is an ability it has. This is more of an
Okay.
AoE thing, but I just to record the damage. That's just gonna be 2 shock and killing to all hit locations.
I am immune to. I have immunity to pressure and explosions.
So you can ignore the daze that's gonna come along with this. This is actually like a kinetic impact.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Is it a separate damage effect?
Yes.
So
It's
does
like
armor count for it?
Yes, it's just like
Okay.
a standard attack that happens whenever this thing makes another attack or body.
So what
attack.
is it? What's the damage?
2 shock and killing to all hit locations.
Does my 10 heavy armor prevent that?
Oh, you have 10 heavy armor, right? I forgot
I
about
have
that.
10 heavy and 10 light. This armor is yuck.
I forgot about that.
Oh
Yeah, it doesn't have non-physical, so it just
The
just bounces
shockwave
right off.
slams into me and I don't move. Gallant looks around the fist that just punched him in the face and just goes, "Huh. Usually people die from that move."
You see the light that's in its helmet move down to its chest.
Interesting. I also heal 3 shock and killing
Awesome.
at all locations. So I was at 3 boxes open. Now I'm at 6 open with 3 half. So 9, or sorry, 15 points of damage. So I would die on the next punch.
All right. That brings us to the next round. You've noticed that the light that was shining out of the broken viewing port has now moved down to a port in its chest.
Yes, I'm assuming that means that it's now not in the head anymore. I am also assuming that it's still dazed because I hit it last turn.
Yes, and that's a days of 10, right?
Yes. Well, I think it doesn't apply. It's just the width of the dice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then it would be 10.
Okay.
Also, that damage that I hit it with was disintegrating, so it won't be able to heal it, right?
That only triggers once you completely damage a hit location.
Okay, but it doesn't. Does it look like it's healed,
No.
or does it just look like it's pushed its vital points?
It does not look like it's healed at all. It looks like it's just moved the light to the chest. Whatever that light
All right.
represents.
Well, in the video games, they always say to stab it in the glowy bits.
All right.
So this time he's going to. Or you declare first. Go ahead.
So this thing is shaken. It's off kilter. What it's going to do is it's digging both of its fists into the vault behind it instead of the slow normal pull it was doing before. Um, it's going to just move to rip off the vault door itself and slam it into the ground. It looks like it's trying to destroy the ground beneath you too.
Aren't we on the ground floor?
You are above the reactor core.
Oh. I'm immune to radiation, though, right?
Yeah.
And heat and pressure.
Where did you get heat from?
Oh, right. I don't have heat yet. Shit. I'm immune to pressure. Well, technically, explosions have heat in them because explosions occur from heat and pressure.
Yeah, but not so.
But I'm not like immune to fire.
Yeah.
Okay, so would I die if I fall in the core?
It doesn't look like it's boiling, at least not from the surface.
All right. We're gonna assume because Kevin Totter is kind of an
Like
idiot.
concrete information, you would have to make a perception check this round.
Kevin Totter doesn't need concrete information. He trusts that the Overkin can handle keeping them alive, even if that trust is vain. So Gallant is going to do the exact same thing he did last time, except he's going to aim at the chest light this time.
All right, go for it.
It's the exact same because of the 10 wiggle die.
All right, I didn't know if you were doing any new maneuvers or anything like that.
Same maneuvers as last time. So one extra go first and one extra damage because there's not really any other maneuvers I can do, right? That are useful.
Yeah,
oh, wait.
You can try not to prone, but...
Yeah.
I will say, it has things again... Things that are really fucking big sometimes have resistance to that.
I do have an extra die. I might as well try it. Does it reduce my damage if I do that?
No.
Then I'll go for a knockdown too.
All right. It's gonna burn. Oh wait, no, it actually doesn't have to burn because Jesus, this thing is fucking massive. All right. Even on the mini one, I thought its size shift was reduced enough for being a mini one that it would have to actually roll. But no, it's still okay. You find out that this thing is still large enough that you stagger it backwards, it almost gets knocked over. But...
That's fine. That was an afterthought. I'm still trying to just kill it.
That's fair.
Noted that I can't knock it over, though.
Yeah. You managed to spear it in the chest, rend up, pieces of viscera, gears, and wiring spark out through the chest and up through the opening in the head you've made. It reels back for a second. You think you've almost got it as it just pivots back forward and slams the vault on the floor, absolutely destroying it. The catwalks, the concrete reinforcements all crumble as you both start falling stories into the reactor core. 2 shock and killing happens in the AoE, bounces right off.
I have one question about how I'm immune to falling damage.
Yes.
Is it like the venom immunity, or do I like just have increased shock absorbers? Like, can I say that as I'm falling, it like latches onto the wall?
It's like a venom immunity where like it's not doing anything active to stop you from falling. It's like, I've understood this damage.
Okay. I'm just venom immunity, for the record, would have been like as it's falling, you're shooting tendrils out, and then when you hit the ground, you're
like the character venom.
Yeah.
Not like
but shock absorbers makes more sense. Yeah. So I'm gonna eat shit. That's fine. I was curious if it was like giving me baby flight and that was the reaction, or if it was just having like thicker like muscles.
Useful. That would be a little bit beyond the scope of immunity.
No, that's cool. Does that happen immediately, or is the fall going to take more than 1 round?
The fall's going to take exactly 1 round, so you can totally manifest falling immunity if you didn't already still have that from the...
Probably on, because right now it's I would probably keep 5 on until I need to replace. So we can say I would have had like fall, electricity, gas and fall are probably like almost always on.
Yeah.
And then charm is almost always on. Throw radiation on, and we'll do pressure just for the 5th one for now. So like decent spread, but probably gonna need to switch one of those out in a second.
All right. So you hit the water just fine. The Goliath hits it, and it actually sends an entire goddamn shockwave through the water. You're immune to pressure differentials. Otherwise,
Yep.
this would have dealt a shit ton of damage to you. But as it descends, it's going down faster than you are because of your how fall immunity works with the physics of this. As
Okay.
it's descending towards the active reactor core, it fires a chain shot to grapple onto your leg.
So that's its declaration is
Yep.
chain shot.
Yep. That's its.
Is it? Hmm. There's no way that's as good as anything else, right?
That's on you to find out.
It's tough because I want to steal that. My inner alpha wants to really like find a way to bullshit getting this out of a reactor core so that I can wear it or like get somebody to wear it, obviously, because Gallant can't use it. And I'm also super curious what the fuck is in it.
What's inside the Goliath armor?
Yeah.
Um,
So don't
Goliath?
tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Okay.
I'll ruin the surprise. I'm not taking any damage from the core, right?
Not yet, no.
Anything it would be hurting me with the armor would be adapting to, right?
Yes.
So I can reasonably assume that if it did pull me, even then I wouldn't be able to be hurt by it because by the time it gets me to it or like the one round passes, I should be okay because it's nothing super complicated.
This is I will tell you, this is a pretty deep reactor core. You
Okay.
can't tell. It's not a safe assumption that the state at the top of the water is going to be the same as the state at the bottom of the water.
But I'm immune to pressure.
You are
So
immune to
the
pressure,
water
yeah.
the water pressure and the drowning cover like dying from being in liquid. I'm immune to radiation, so I would pretty much just need immune to heat at that point, and then I can cover like boiling water and boiling radioactive water.
Correct. I will
So is it
say
adapting
the core
for heat already?
It is not adapting to heat yet.
Okay.
You do feel very strong water current. Not like on you, but like you can tell that there is like a cycle of water going through this place fast.
Okay. Does the armor get the sense it's not going to be able to swim back up?
You have 10 body. Like
12
10,
technically.
no, like you can consistently roll 10 body, like 10 in 10
Yeah,
width.
yeah.
You are confident you will be able to get back up no matter what.
Okay. Is the light still in this torso?
Light still, the light is now moving down to the left leg.
Do I have to kill every single piece of this thing to kill it?
Possibly.
That's going to be really irritating. It can't hurt me at this point, though, can it?
Hard to say. The daze has worn off, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just going to hit it with daze again and go for the leg this time. So daze, 1 extra damage,
So
1 extra
you
go
are
first.
letting the chain shot hit you.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
If I'm fairly confident I can swim out, and I'm fairly confident that I can become immune to the poisonous effects of being in a fucking nuclear reactor, I think I'll be all right. And Gallant definitely didn't have any of those thoughts. He's just fighting and letting the armor handle the bullshit.
What does the armor get out of having Gallant, actually?
A willing participant to exist in this world. For whatever
Okay.
reason, it wants to be here, but it doesn't have the ability to communicate that to him. And also, for whatever reason, most of the other hosts don't want to hang out with it for reasons completely unknown to Gallant. Out of character, he's the only person that it can reasonably feed these illusions to, who never questions it.
I see.
because he's a down south Georgia boy, and he believes that everything is good and nice.
Hell yeah.
All right. So, what's the range on the spear? Is it melee or do you have a range on it?
Technically, it's melee, but you can throw stuff, right?
That would be a ranged attack, but like,
Do I have to make a ranged attack roll with a javelin, or would I make a
yeah, that would be a
javelin roll?
coordination check to do a ranged attack with it.
Okay. Well, in that case, I have not done that, so
Okay. So
it
you're
would
moving
be a
into
range. Yeah, I guess I would just like. Can I swim down to it and then stab it? Like, I assume once I'm in water, it also adapts a little bit to like give me the ability to move at full speed still.
you would just be able to do that because of the body.
Okay, so I'm just
Like,
gonna.
it's not going to adapt if you're like in molasses, but like water, yeah, you're strong enough
Yeah.
for that.
Okay.
Grow a propeller.
I don't actually have that ability, I think, because I didn't take a variable effect type thing to like adapt to the environment, which I should have added in hindsight. Maybe I'll see if I can get that as like an additional thing, like one of the quest rewards for this guy.
Yeah, you
Just
guys
that he
do
can
okay.
like actively change to suit his environment better so he can function anywhere.
Yeah.
So he already
Mhm.
kind of does that, but like I forgot to write it in. It's fine.
Yeah.
Point being, I'm gonna swim towards it and stab it again, like Aquaman style, just pew, stab.
All right, that seems to be going well, especially since this thing is reeling you in with the chain shot. It seems like
Yep.
your desires coincide here.
Yeah, I want to be closer.
So the hit location on this one is going to be rolling ones.
Does that affect me
No, it's
besides?
just I'm telling you what hit location because I said leg. I don't know if I said which leg. So it's
You
the
didn't.
one in hit location one.
Then I will roll 10 ones.
Sometimes it's correct.
I want to stab him in the legs.
The Goliath is reeling you in. You're both still falling through the water. And as you get close to this thing, you almost shear its leg off completely as it pivots its arm to punch you as hard as it can. It looks like this time it's not going for damage, it's going for knockback.
Like is it trying to punch me up and out of the water, or is it
It's
punching me into
trying
the
to
wall?
pivot you and punch you directly into the reactor core.
Hmm. And it has 2 hit locations left, right? Well,
Yeah,
technically 3 because 2 arms.
Yeah.
It's just trying to punch me though.
Yeah. It's
Oh, but
still
it's probably faster than me, isn't it?
um, underwater does have some advantages. You have 5 go first though, right?
Only on the spear strike. Like if I tried to dodge, I would not have that 5 go first.
Then yeah, it would be faster than you.
Yeah, so in hindsight, maybe these extra wiggle die and coordination are kind of useless. Huh. Noted for future character building. Because you only technically need 10 coordination die to move super fast.
If you feel like, hey, this was a mistake, it's not worth
I'll
my
work. I'll
time,
rework it later. We'll figure it out later. I'm not actually going to try to dodge it.
Okay.
I'm just going to. It's trying to like punch me further down.
Yes.
Hmm.
And you didn't do anything to damage the chain shot, right?
Not yet. So I'm still attached to it technically, which is weird that it's trying to punch me because how far does the chain shot go? Probably pretty
It can
far.
spool it in and spool it out as fast as it wants. You don't know its range.
Yeah, so it probably doesn't mind that I'm attached. I'm just trying to decide if I like is
You
if
did
I
notice
tell you
you did notice in the vault, these things have some sort of magnetism going on at all times.
yeah, but I'm not using metal.
Yeah.
Is the reactor core metal? No, it would
You
be
don't know for sure. This isn't like a standard Earth reactor. This is like City Future Tech reactor where they're doing weird magic bullshit.
yeah, okay. What was I looking for? Oh, where's the light now?
in the leg at hit location 1.
Okay. Can I shear its arm that it's about to try to punch me with off?
As with all of these things hit locations, it will take 2 full attacks to deal enough damage to remove.
Oh,
that hit location.
I thought I sheared the leg off in one hit
No, you
because
can.
you said I pierced through it. I thought you meant like all the way off.
Nah, it takes 2 hits. I meant you sheared through the armor.
Take 2 full hits?
Not full hits, but like.
So what if I?
It takes 1 that gets about 75% of the way.
So if I hit it at, if I did 2 attacks on the arm that's about to hit me,
Yeah.
and then buffed the damage and the go first again, would that be fast enough? Because it would technically be 11 speed, 14 damage, 5 pen on each hit. Would that be enough to rip it off?
It would go off at the same speed. Normally, yeah, I normally roll players go first.
Okay. So I'm hearing a yes, I could theoretically destroy the arm before it makes contact.
I think so.
And I think that'll be my play then. I'm going to see that it's trying to punch me with that arm, realize I'm going to need to remove all the limbs anyway, and say, well, not say anything. I'm just going to stab its arm off.
All right. Twirling the blade like a goddamn saw blade, you rip it.
Turns into a chain spear for a second.
Yeah. Arm goes flying off, goes flying right past your head, embeds itself into a nearby wall, cracks appear all around the reactor core. You go swinging by this thing as it reels you in, and you realize a second later that this was a 2-part plan by the Goliath, as you realize there is a magnet in the chain's cufflink it has on you. As you swing up to it, you feel the magnetic polarity in the Goliath flip from attraction to repulsion as it performs a slingshot maneuver on you.
Or attempts to, right?
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing.
'Cause
what it planned to do was do this slingshot maneuver and punch you.
Mm-hmm.
It can do the magnetism stuff basically for free because it's just flipping a switch in its head. Like it just rolls that every round. So
am I being propelled further down into the reactor, or am I on the right side to be propelled away from it?
Down further into the reactor. If it had punched you, you would have gone flying straight through the protective metal, would have dealt a shit ton of damage, and you would have been physically in the reactor core. As is.
As I'm getting deeper, am I like, is the armor giving me warning signs that it can't handle being down here yet?
So as you go past the Goliath, as you meet where the Goliath is, the armor's like, oh, it's getting hot. As the repulsion happens and it actually shoots you down super fast, the armor's going, oh, it's getting really hot.
Okay. Is it like it's getting really hot, we need to leave, or like it's getting really hot, I need a second?
You need to leave
because
or stop
emotions
going down this fast. Because
you're
going to be taking 4 shock and killing to every hit location at this depth.
Okay. But I'm like fully healed at this point because it hasn't actually dealt damage to me, and I healed 3 per round.
Correct. If you go down farther, it's going to start dealing more damage.
But will the armor add the heat immunity so that I won't be taking that damage?
It will. It just needs time to process that. It'll take about 1 or 2 more.
So like the first turn, it adds like 2 hard dice to the total of 10. Or no, right, because 2 hard dice in immunity is just you don't take that damage anymore, so it needs a certain amount of time to kick on.
Due to the speed, it's going to need 2 rounds just because this is a chaotic thing. This will be the first round.
Okay, that's fine. Gallant, responding to the armor, goes, don't worry, buddy, I got it.
All right.
And the chain is attached to its other arm, I'm assuming?
The chain is actually attached to its other leg.
Okay, then I'll try to shear that leg clean off so I'm not attached to it anymore. Ooh, wait.
Have to be in melee.
And what is it trying to do right now?
Well,
Just the repulsion, or is it? It's a new round, so it's doing something else, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that it's turned off the repulsion and attraction on the cufflink because you're just too far away for that to work. And
Okay.
instead, what it's going to do is it's going to basically use one of it's going to just use the fact that it's really immobile in water, and what it's going to do is it's going to try and drop kick you into the reactor core itself. It's going to try and like basically punch the water and just body slam you into the reactor core.
So would that be going significantly slower then, since it's using the speed of the water?
Um, it's technically going to move at its swim speed, which is pretty goddamn fast.
Okay, so it would still be going like the normal attack speed.
Yes.
So for follow-up question, if I want to cut the chain and then move out of the way, and if my attack goes off first, does my move happen similarly? Or
You
would that be
have a
classified as a dodge?
you have a movement speed. Um, I'm gonna say,
How far away am I from it also?
tell you
Is it
what,
more than 80 yards?
I it actually does need to make an athletics check. Its immunity only prevents it being slowed down in water. It doesn't grant it free movement.
Yeah.
So it actually has to make an athletics check and do an attack on you. So
With severe disadvantage because I've cut off one of its arms? Question mark.
um, this thing doesn't really well. It can still use its feet and other arm, and it's just trying to body slam you. So that would technically be like it could use both feet, which are still not great, but like it can use one or two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get like, it's on the verge of taking massive penalties, but it's a scrappy motherfucker.
Okay.
In every
I'm
sense
just
of that word.
figuring out where I'm at.
Yeah. So
Still-
it's gonna split up. It's at okay. So let me see what it's gonna need here. Okay, so its attack is actually gonna be at width. It's gonna be at width 6. I'm gonna burn. Hold on, let me. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do the shove maneuver, knockdown. Okay, I figured it out. So it only needs an athletics check of 3. So it's going to do a brawling check of 6 with 1 level of go first.
That's it.
So that's all it's got. Athletics.
This is fucking brutal.
Multiple actions fuck this thing up.
It's not that bad for me. So theoretically, if I wanted to not dodge it, just like swim away from where it's jumping for the kick, would that be a dodge?
It's still an attack, so it would be a dodge or block. Yeah.
Okay. If I block it, would I take the shove still?
Um.
And how would blocking with 8 attack and 5 go first work?
So
'Cause I
since block is a defense capacity, it wouldn't benefit from the attack, but it would still benefit from the go first.
Okay, so then does 5 block prevent the shove, or would that just reduce damage, or do I have to beat the thing to actually successfully block it?
You have to.
Because I have no idea how block works.
Your block has go first. What that means is, even though the attack is wider, you can still gobble dice from it. That'll stop the damage, but if the attack. So how many dice and block do you have?
Theoretically, I could go. How much would it take to cut the chain? The chain's not like strong, right?
It has a heavy armor rating of 3, so you need a width of 5 to destroy it.
I have pen 5.
Oh, then yeah, you just need 2 dice.
So if I.
Sorry, no, you have to destroy the clasp, which has. Yeah, no, you just need a successful attack, so 2 dice should do it.
Okay, so if I just dedicate 2 wiggle die to stabbing the clasp, and then I dedicate 8 wiggle die to blocking, I would have an 8 with 13 speed block and a 7 with 10 damage pen 5 attack on the chain. With 7 speed. I think I said that. And you said it was going it with 6, right?
Yeah, it's putting 6 on it, so with its maneuvers, it's going to go at speed 7.
Okay. And I still have, with -1 die for multitasking, I still have 2, so I could also bump go first up 1 to get tied again, so that technically the block goes off first,
All right, good. It needs to.
right?
Yeah. All right.
And I don't think that. Ooh. No, like would pinning it do anything for me?
It's kind of hard to pin when you're in a 3-dimensional lottery space.
Yeah, I mean, I was just shooting in the dark anyway too, because like I don't think it helps, right?
Not really, not in this case.
It's fine then. We'll just leave it at that.
All right.
That stops the knockback and the damage at that point, right?
It'll show
Theoretically.
like maybe a foot, if that. But that's not going to change the situation at all.
Cool.
So it goes down on you. Goddamn diving bell feet bigger than your torso just slam into you.
Yeah. So
you manage
slices off the chain, catches the foot, sinks a little farther. Huh. How we doing, Armor? How we doing?
Need one more round. It puts up a little. It's like the image of a clock ticking almost there. You're gonna take another 4 shock and killing to all hit locations.
Okay. So I heal 3, so essentially I take 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm slightly less than full health. Or what did I also take 1 last round?
You also took 1 last round.
So I would have 2 shock and killing to all locations right now.
Yes.
Approximately. I should have kept a little better track on the healing, but it's cool. I think I might have 4 total, because I don't think 3 rounds fully healed me.
Okay.
Depends on how long the run took, I guess.
Yeah.
No, wait, I was at full health when I got punched. Yeah, I should be at like 4 damage on shock and killing to all locations. So like...
That tracks. Okay. So what this thing's going to do is it's going to make an endurance check to shake off the daze, and it's just going to try and grapple you.
With its 1 arm.
And leg.
And leg. Okay. If I bust off the other arm, does it have the ability to grapple me?
It would be very difficult, but it would be like trying to
Would I
pin
get
into
to-
its chest with its knee.
Would I get the ability to resist that if I make 2 attacks and don't try to resist the grapple? Like, what would its grappling test be against if I don't resist
It would
it?
basically be just taking all of its scrap metal and trying to wrap it around you. Like, it would use its magnetism to, like, try and draw everything in. It would be way worse. It would be way worse than its body, but it could still
I just
do
mean
things.
mechanic-wise, how, like, would it just get that off because I choose not to try to resist that grapple? Or do I get, like, does it have to beat a number to succeed on it?
So technically speaking, that round, it would be like that destroying of the limbs would be treated as you resisting the grapple. It would be, it would still go off, but it would have to roll to maintain it next round again, and then it wouldn't be able to because it has no limbs left.
Okay, so if I break off its other arm, then I would be good?
It still has 1 semi-intact leg. The right leg still has a little bit of health on it, and the left arm is completely intact.
Okay.
So you would need 3 attacks, which I don't...
Where's the light at?
The light is in the undamaged left arm.
Alright. I'm gonna try to break the arm with 2 attacks.
Okay.
Damn, the Goliath Hub Squad fight was not this powerful.
It totally was.
Oh.
This one's actually way weaker.
What the fuck happened then?
6v1 happened.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta remember, this is a one-on-one fight. So, like, it's gonna take longer just because, like, it's tanky. The fact that it can take a direct hit to any location and not fall off means it has, like, at least 20 boxes, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah.
which is just a ridiculous number. Like, I can't even imagine something having 20 boxes. Like,
Actually, its
it'd be so
abilities
weird.
are. I'm gonna look in character making and see how many boxes this bad boy has.
Actually, yeah, it should have way more than that because technically speaking, I guess if it's reducing some of the damage, it doesn't need 20 boxes.
It has over 100 hitboxes.
In each location?
Not in each location overall.
Oh,
So-
'cause
Yeah, it
Alpha
has
over 100 as well.
it has 10 extra tough.
Plus, it's a vehicle. So it
Yeah,
gets
so it gets
hitboxes
extra.
from. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not like worried. I'm not specifically worried about the number. I'm just saying, like,
Wait, no, I'm looking at the
theoretically,
wrong one.
it's hard to puncture.
Yeah.
Like, it's just going to have a lot of boxes to get through. I'm surprised I didn't quite make it, which is funny. But also, like, it's just 2 attacks instead of 1 attack, so I did make it in a way.
Yeah.
It's fine. So yeah, I think my declaration this turn is just going to be piercing through the arm, cutting the other arm off, so that next turn, even if it's pinned me, I can just remove the leg rather easily and then push off and swim if I need to. And the armor should have fixed the heat issue, which I'm just going to add now.
Yeah, you get heat.
Which is also part of my goal was getting heat on the list because that's a fairly common damage type. Cough, cough, Bob's burning blood or whatever.
Yeah.
So now I should be immune to that attack because it's just fire.
You're immune to everything except, again, the actual,
Damage.
like, punch. Yeah.
Yeah, which I have standard kinetic armor. And do I technically have fire resist on now or no for the armor?
We'll say like fire.
Okay.
We'll say fire because you're gonna go down one more, and you are like. This feels
Actually
like you're
burning a little
on
bit.
The sun, yeah.
It's fine. Armor's got it.
So.
My skin is melting off, but it's coming back.
So the immunity is turning on this round. Good news.
Okay.
Bad news. It's turning on it with 2.
That's
which
fine.
is after the damage.
Yeah, but it's not actively hitting me this round, right?
No, the Goliath is not.
Just take another point and I'll be at 5 and 5, so I'm still good in every location.
Since the Goliath is pinning you, it's moving you down a level. Or it's not grappling you yet, but you're both going down still because of the slingshot.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you're going to take 6 shock and killing all hit locations.
Does that happen before or after my regen? I guess either way it doesn't matter because I just wake up instantly.
Yeah, it happens before. And let's see here. Just what are the attacks you're making? Also, remember, you can't spend willpower to buy off damage.
Yeah, I don't think I need to, though, because I move faster than it still, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the 2 attacks go straight to its arm, cut it off, because we've already determined that if I do 5 and 5 for both attacks, it makes it through.
Yeah.
So the arm's gone, and then I think my head fills up with just enough shock to knock me out for a second, but then I immediately wake up.
Alright, you wake up, you no longer feel the heat.
Yeah. Ugh.
The Goliath, now limbless, because it
has a leg.
It was still taking a little bit of damage. It has one leg.
It melted off. Wait, is it dead?
Its head and body, you look down, it's sunk a little bit beneath you. Its head and body are partially melted open. It didn't take it. That's the damage that killed it.
It still counts. What's inside of it? I look at it real quick.
You see a deboned human grafted to the inside of the diving bell suit, filled with its internals, then filled with hydraulic presses, gears, mechanical amplifiers.
That looks not fun. Gallant sees none of that. Gallant sees like just a very burly man.
He's fucking so incredibly big. Like it's not a vehicle for him.
Yeah,
it's just armor.
Just like a literal Goliath is inside of the armor, and he goes, "Oh, so that's what the name." Or Jesus Christ, what is that?
He's so shocked by the Cyclops he became British.
He goes, so that's what I can't even do a Southern accent right now. I'm processing that information. Down South Georgia boy. That's what the name's for. There we go. And then Does the armor think it can pick up that suit and like swim up with it, or is it just like
No.
stuck down here? Because I
Especially
feel
since
like that.
the density of the water actually gets lower as you go down, so you would have started sinking way faster. When the Goliath hits the bottom, you see it's like it's not even in water. It just falls straight down and like actually
Is it melting still?
It disintegrates as soon as it gets near the reactor core.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't want it in there because I have no fucking idea what that does.
How do the waterlog react to what you've done here?
Well, I'm assuming they're getting the shit beat out of them because I left them with like 6 Mark IIIs to fight by themselves while I handled that. Because the fight's technically not over. I still got to swim out of this thing and then go kill the other guys.
Hell yeah.
But I'm making a mental note / having the armor remember where all of those pieces of the Goliath are. And if any of them are starting to melt, I want to try to move some of them up if I can.
Unfortunately, even the downsized one, even the downsized Goliath armor is
Too heavy.
yeah.
That's fine. They're in the reactor, so eventually I can figure out how to get them out of there. I just want to like.
They're gonna be destroyed after like a day.
Ah, damn. Wait, it was melting from the beginning?
It was melting since it got down to the 6 shocking killing level.
Okay, what about the other pieces that were? I guess only the one piece is in the wall, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got the arm.
Yeah, we'll take the arm out with us just for like, I got this. Does it help? Because Gallant's like again trying to be really helpful, and the original plan was salvage as much armor as we can. So he has this arm, and he's like, I did it.
I tried.
Where's the rest? It turned into goo.
Must be a self-destruct
Classic.
mechanism. Don't know.
Yeah, it fell into the bottom of the reactor core. Everybody's staring at him as he just casually says he was swimming in a reactor core earlier.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna get out of it and then go assist the waterlogged. How they doing?
So
How'd
this
they hold
fight
up?
went
And
great for them. You see 5 of the Mark IIIs absolutely torn to pieces. They have been turned more into art structures than human beings. Like the remains splattered against the wall, dug in like weird occult symbols. The metal railing has been pulled up and used as like a stake to mount them at like horrific angles for their joints. Sounds like those 5 are alive. They're just not fighting anymore, on account of being broken beyond repair.
Mark III armor isn't even that scary.
One of the waterlogged has been chopped to pieces. The other one, you see the 6th guy, arm blade, arm deep in the waterlogged as he rips open its rib cage. He's in a bad way. It's not that the Mark III isn't scary. It's that waterlogged are goddamn horrifying.
Yeah.
Is the one that's like the waterlogged that's on the ground like dead? Or is it just like unable to be put back together right now?
That's kind of the same thing for a waterlogged, as long as they've got some pieces.
Yeah.
Can it use the corpses of the guys in the armor to fix itself?
So
Would I know that?
That's not quite how they come back.
Okay. Honestly, I'm just asking, would I know how to like fix that one, or am I just going to go back and be like, yeah, one of them died?
What is Gallant seeing of this, actually?
That's a great question.
Because like this is a nightmare room now. Nothing here is okay.
The armor is showing the one that's like, oh man, does the armor recognize that those things are still able to come back? That's a tough question. Can the armor sense that the one on the ground that's like quote unquote dead is still alive, like still pumping magic out or something?
No, it just seems dead.
Okay, so that one, it just shows like a dead guy, not like eviscerated. He's just like, he's got a couple stab wounds and it looks like he like crawled over to the wall and is leaning up on it. And then all of the statues are just like mangled robot corpses because it's just making all of the Mark III dudes just robots.
Good.
And they're not screaming. That's just steam.
Yeah, it's steam and like gears crunching as it's trying to still move around. But one that it just stabbed and like ripped out of and like ripped his guts out. It just shows like a really deep cut and it looks pretty bad, but like maybe he'll be okay.
That was the Mark III doing that to the second waterlogged.
Yeah. That's the second waterlogged looks like that pirate still, but like heavily wounded.
I love that they fucking look like pirates.
And he's like, "Don't worry." Fuck, I lost the accent again. I'm so bad at accent. Yeah, Savannah. Don't worry, bud. I'll come help. He just
Mint juleps.
immediately looks at the arm in his hand and tries to throw it at the Mark III.
This guy had like 1 hit point left. He's dead.
Goes over and helps the waterlogged up. You all right there, feller? Oh, that's a nasty gash.
It just falls apart in your hands.
Oh no. He dies in my arms.
Here I am.
He like
Dying
the
in
vision
your
the
arms
vision that
tonight.
Galen gets is this guy like reaching like and he like
Tell
pulls him
my
up
wife.
and then he falls into like his embrace just dead and he's like, "You fought well, brother. You fought well." And then he lays him down gently and like closes his eyes and what he assumes is he's doing, but like in reality, the armor just like shunted that immediately.
Yeah, you just awkwardly petting its face because it doesn't have eyelids.
Yeah, it's just like, "Good night, sweet prince." as the armor starts ripping the statues apart to fix itself.
I'll tell your wife. You
I could have
love
attached needs organic material to the heel. That would have been a pretty funny one.
Yeah. You just see like a
Would've made-
blowtorch dig out a circle as like the Gear Boys open up. It's like, hey, we saw. Oh my god!
Yeah, I know, it's tragic. All these lost lives, and by all I mean these two. Those danged robots always
Yeah,
killing all
sorry.
good men.
Sorry, Bob. I didn't mean to scare you.
I figured, but I didn't want to assume because assuming means you might be on the floor bleeding out.
That's fair. Bob's a good roommate. The Gear Boys are like, yeah, we're good. They just get a winch and pull the vault back into place. Start
As they're
welding it
going-
shut again.
As they're going to do that, I just kind of like walk over and I go, "Pleasure to meet y'all, fellas. My name is Gallant. I've met Jerry 1 and Jerry 2. They sent me over here to help y'all. And I think I'm done. You guys got any more enemies or, angry robots or, I don't know, any more troubles? Otherwise, I should probably get to helping the rest of your friends out of their sticky situations." And as they're trying to winch it up, he's just grabbing the door of the vault and holding it in place so he can talk to them. He's not moving, so
Yep.
he's like, and he has the other arm stuck out for a friendly hand.
Outside, there's probably guys that need help. Yeah.
I already killed all the things outside that needed help.
Fuck.
So, what are your names, fellas? I'm here to help. I'm getting the sense you might be a little bit scared of me, and you know what? That's probably reasonable considering I am quite.
Well, I'm Terry 4. This is
All
Larry
striking.
5. This is Barry 7.
Are you all numbered like that?
Numbered? What do you? That's just my name.
Yeah, is that like you're the 7th Barry, or like there's
What?
7 of you and your name also happens to be Barry?
It's European 7th. It's just a name.
Oh, sorry, I'm not very good. Yeah, I'm just not. English is not my strong suit. I'm more of a football player / like knight in shining armor. Reading
Larry
never.
the First is the same way.
They said I had something akin to dyslexia or something like that, but I don't even know what that word means. So
Yeah. Dialsexia is a weird one.
well, anyway, I think Jerry 1 and Jerry 2 would probably appreciate you guys, popping on over to the administrative sector and saying you're alive. And also, we're probably going to be living here with y'all. So if you ever
Oh,
need anything
what?
from me, well, yeah, that's part of the why we're here. You didn't. I mean, as nice as this place is, I probably wouldn't have known about it unless I had a reason to be here, right?
I'm gonna make him out. He's
So
making
I
a
was.
trauma check real fast. This man loses half his willpower. He's
Oh,
just gonna go. Okay.
oh.
Okay. He looks at the ground. He's gonna go. Don't step in the blood. As he just
Oh,
works
I
his
can
way towards
here. I can help with that, and the blood just starts getting absorbed into the arm.
Oh god.
And like in fucking Kevin Todder's mind, it looks like he generated a broom or like a mop and is like helping clean really fast, but in reality, it's just the armor finishing absorbing the organic material in the area.
Alex Gallant fucking rules. This character is so good.
You hear the voice go, "Oh, I'm gonna be fucking sick," and he just runs out of the room.
Make sure you avoid the fuel room. I haven't cleared it yet. Also, ignore the hunks of metal outside.
Is this what it's like to be on the science team talking to Gordon Freeman?
Kind of. Kind of.
Anyway, as for the rest of y'all fellers, if you need anything, feel free to holler. And then once again, the name's Gallant, and I'm on your side, right? Because we're all
Make a persuasion
roommates
check.
now. I'm not gonna pass that. Do I get a bonus
No.
of any
You
kind?
get a penalty dice.
I fail immediately. I have no skills in persuasion. You have one die. How can I roll a 10? Does that succeed?
I like how this
No.
character isn't even evil. He just doesn't know.
He got a 5, just a singular 5.
Goodbye, a sandwich.
He does. These people do not believe you, but he believes they're his friends.
Awesome.
Okay.
I would leave this here door down for now though, because Jerry and Jerry might want to join you, and I don't know the names of your other friends, but like, isn't this like your main sleeping area or something?
No. This is a panic room.
Oh, well,
Why?
no need for that
there's no
anymore.
beds in here. Why would you? Do you sleep?
I immediately turn and look past them. Notice there's nothing in there. What is in there?
There's a single like CRT TV that they're using to watch the camera feed outside, and like some cutting torches, and like one game of Jenga.
Oh, you guys got Jenga? That's cool. I love that game. Leans back.
You see Barry Seven go, "I will fucking ruin you. Let's start a game now."
Ooh. All right. I hang on. Give me 1 second. I've vanished from sight to go try to catch up to Dredger to see if I can play this game of Jenga.
Okay, so we're gonna cut to like a minute or two ago.
Yeah, it's been like at least 5 or 6 rounds plus
Yeah.
however long.
So
take some time. I'm gonna grab something to drink. I'll be back in a second.
Nice, Dredger. You're having honestly bringing 8 waterlogged was a great idea. You just summon some mist. The guns fire till they click dry. There's only like 2 Tesla towers that can work through the mist. You find out. So
I was actually wondering, like, so Dredger has 80 yards per round sprint speed, can make completely opaque mist, and his body has subtle. Can't he just like book it through without them being aware of him?
Some of the guns, yes. The Tesla towers, no, because you still kind of have an EM field.
Oh wait, when you say a Tesla tower, you mean just like a tower that japs anything that gets too close?
Yes.
It's
the
not actually
waterlogged-
targeting.
Yeah, the waterlogged can take the hits for you because they need a second to charge up. So with 8 waterlogged, you can sprint your way in, and the waterlogged can just take the hits for you.
What keeps this from being like a glowing one situation?
What with the waterlogged?
Yeah, like they absorb that power and now they're
Waterlogged really only can metabolize paranormal energies.
Okay.
Now,
So the rest of this is like he's just like whatever Waterlog gets hit by the lightning isn't really hurt. They're just incredibly awake now.
no, they are fucked up by these things.
Oh, okay.
The waterlogged basically get hit and then fall back immediately. You get through and you realize, like, just doing mental math, if this doesn't go well, you're either going to need to find a way to turn off the Tesla towers, or you're not going to be able to leave.
Okay.
Um,
Well, hopefully this goes well then.
yeah, and you got hyper charm.
Yeah.
You see, this doesn't look like any nuke you've ever seen. It's like fuel rods stitched together with like some sort of weird chassis. There's like a glowing box in the middle that they're all hooked up to. Looks like proton gun type things pointing into each fuel rod hooked up to the box. You see about like 4 separate gear boys looking at you. Each of them are holding a dead man's switch that is activated.
Treacher raises his hands up and says, "Apologies, gentlemen. Ours." Oh wait, no, that's okay. I'm having trouble thinking about how I want to combine the royal we with. Yeah, I'll just say, we have come through here with a team and we've cleared the Iron Legion out of this location. Jerry and Jerry are waiting in administration for all of you and yours to meet back up.
Alright, make a persuasion check for me. Now, here's the difficulty. You're gonna have to convince all 4 of them, and you're gonna have to do it in such a way that none of them release their panic buttons. Because if they do, nuke goes off.
Oh fuck. All right.
If you want to convince multiple per round, you can do multiple actions. If you fail a persuasion check, I'm gonna do a stability check. If they fail the stability check, they release the dead man switch.
And everybody but Gallant dies.
So what do these guys say when Dredger comes in and says what he said?
They are, well, first things first. They are kind of shocked into silence. I'm gonna need a persuasion check to see how they respond.
Like just general persuasion?
Yes. Now, do you want
Okay.
to do multiple actions to try and persuade multiple people at once? Or do you want to make sure you get at least one guy? Like this is making the eye contact. This is the winning smile, you know?
Let me just check something. This is a terrible time to have taken radius off of persuasion. That seemed like it would be more of a problem than an advantage, actually. Wait. Okay, now the math on that checks out. Yeah, I'll do multiple actions to try and get 2 of them on that.
Okay, so take 1 penalty dice and tell me the width on each one.
Okay, so on this, I'm getting a total of 8 10s.
So 4 and 4?
So I'll do 4 10s to 2 of them.
Okay.
And gain a willpower.
That's gonna hit. Do you have subtle on this still?
On the persuasion?
Yes.
Actually, no, that's a problem. Wait, no, it is on my charm, though.
Charm is fine. Okay. You see 2 of them disengage their dead man switches and go, okay. Oh, thank God. We were so worried. And then the other 2 are like, guys, what the fuck are you doing? We don't know this guy. We don't have cameras. What the so those 2 are going to have their difficulty go up by 2 to convince. You don't know what the minimum width you need is now.
Dredger will look at the both of them and say, we do grant it seems pretty unlikely that we've just come here, though. We had not expected this location to have any people in it. We just knew it was pretty well fortified and wanted to come in and develop a base of operations. That said, we greatly dislike the Iron Legion and are terribly sorry that they have always seemed to attack you and the other Gear Boys. It's not fair what they've done to you.
Okay. Are you just focusing on like the guy that was speaking, or are you trying to do both? Remember, this check is more difficult than the last one.
I'll do it on the guy who was speaking, I guess. And I'll hit him with 7 9s.
Okay. 7 9s does it. You get to the last guy who's unconvinced. He's going to look at you and go, and this guy is staring at you. He's going to go, so you're telling me that you guys are hardcore against the Iron Legion, right?
Yes. We hate the Iron Legion more than anything. Well, no, we hate the Iron Legion for what they represent, let's say. That's much more accurate.
So you'd be amicable towards wiping them out?
Yes. We came here with several other people, and they may very well have done that already. We've heard a number of explosions, and...
No, I'm talking all of them.
Yes, that is a goal we have. Either kill all of them or somehow yoke them.
Change it to just the first one, and you got me on side.
That is not directly my choice, but I will do everything, or we will do everything in our power to see that it happens with our Lord.
Alright, make a persuasion check.
Alright. How about another 7 9s?
Alright. He's going to look at that. He's going to hear your promise that you will at least advocate for destroying the Iron Legion at the available opportunities. And he's going to turn his key and disengage his dead man switch.
Alright.
Alright.
Hello there, Bob.
He engaged the switch.
He disengaged the switch. So.
Oh, thank God. I was about to say, well, that was an interesting experience.
Well, this was fun, guys. Later.
Gallant died as he lived.
I do not vibe with this universe. Click.
The turquoise humidity of this realm is creating tension within me.
Alright. So you guys, so Gallant marches back up as the 4 Gear Boys are now disassembling the nuke. You guys have acquired a total of 11 Gear Boys.
Hell yeah.
Excellent work. Excellent work.
So each Gear Boy...
And Gallant busts into the room and just goes, Dredger cannot play Jenga.
Sorry, 11 Gear Boys.
Dredger... Okay, it's a good thing Dredger has 10 commands, so he's not really... It's a really good thing he has 10 commands, so he doesn't really get shocked. He looks at you and says, Please explain what you mean. What have you been doing?
Alright, well, let's see. This morning I woke up with a mess.
We mean in the time since we've entered this building.
Makes more sense when you put it like that. We went into that one room and I killed I think it was 7 guys. Well, robots, but you know what I mean. Saved Jerry and Jerry. And then I went off to do that other thing, and I beat up 3 more robots and 1 really big robot. The really big robot is not around anymore. It fell into a reactor core. That's what the label said on the side of the thingy, I think.
So, all in all, you've defeated 1 Goliath and 9 Mark IIIs.
Yeah, that's what they're called. Yes, I did that. I saved Barry, Larry, and Terry, I think was their names, and it was 6, 7, and 4.
Dredger looks over his shoulder at the Gear Boys disassembling the nuke to see how they're handling this situation.
Barry 7? Oh, he's my cousin. I'm Barry 6.
Oh, I think it was Barry 7 that wanted to play me in Jenga.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna get fucking destroyed, my guy. He's great at Jenga.
Yeah, we'll see. Which brings me back to my question. Can I play Jenga now, since the job's technically done for now?
How much damage was done to the various rooms you were in, and how are our friends?
As far as I can tell, all of the Gear Boy friends are okay. They seemed pretty shaken up, probably because they were getting assaulted by giant robots. One of them even vomited in front of me at one point, which I think was just the stress. Our 2 pirate friends that you sent with me had perished by the time I finished dealing with the Goliath, unfortunately. So they will not be rejoining us. I do believe I made them as comfortable as I could, but sometimes shit happens, you know.
Dredger says, "All right, yes, you can go play the game," and then he turns to explain to the Gear Boys that there are. Okay, has the nuke been disassembled to a point that it can no longer be fired if they don't vibe with what I'm about to say?
Yeah, they're playing Fuel Rod Jenga.
Actually waiting for them to finish assembling the nuke so he can tell them.
Yeah. I mean, Dredger's not allowed to lie, so Dredger looks and says, "All right." Wait, damn it! Why do I have the southern accent now? It's. Oh my god! It's communicable.
It's infectious.
Well,
Dredger says,
I'll tell you what, it is in fact infectious.
Dredger asks them, "Now, is there any very open space that you all won't really be needing?
I mean, we don't really use the
Preferably within this." All right.
Actually, we don't really use this room.
We have with us several more esoteric entities who are helping us. We've absolute control of them.
Graffiti?
We weren't aware there was any more of that in this region, actually. No, we did not.
Oh.
No, we have absolute dominion over them. We have ordered them to harm no Gear Boys, and
I'm really not liking how generic you're being with those terms.
We wish to first say that you are safe. You will not be harmed.
That is the least reassuring thing you could have told me.
We have several waterlogged that are under our absolute control.
Oh, fuck.
Yes, we will be We wish to explain this to you and everyone in this area, and every Gear Boy in this area. We aren't entirely certain how Gallant perceives the world, and we plan to go clean up exactly what he described as happening. We aren't entirely certain what it will look like there. Yet, in the interest of full disclosure, we do think it right to tell you that there are 8 waterlogged with us. At you and behest.
They go white. Like, that's an absurd number of waterlogged.
At you and yours behest, we will be adding more rules to them that they do not damage what you do or frighten you in any way whatsoever.
My God, they are frightening by their fucking existence. They're not like a computer program. They're a force of fucking nature. These things are fucking evil, my guy.
Yes.
What is he talking about?
Waterlogged. The zombie guys.
And
Wait, is Gallant still in the room?
That's up for you.
Or did I?
Decide, my man.
I think I would stick around until the nuke is disabled, just because that would be like questionably unsafe.
Dredger says then that we are not of this city. We are of somewhere else. And in that place and extending here, we have dominion over the beasts of the waters. They listen to us and they cannot deny us.
Gallant like raises his hand and chimes in real quick. That's more of like his thing. I'm mostly just guy with spear and armor, so nice to meet y'all. But I can attest that it is very much exactly as he said. The pirates are extremely loyal.
There's a sound of like a truck spring being twanged hundreds of times in a second, and a small metal line in the ground spells the word yes.
The Gear Boy is confused for a second. He's like, pirates? You guys got privateers on your side? What?
Is that what they're called?
Gallant, the pirates we have with us are called Waterlogged. That's the name of their crew.
Mm-hmm.
The privateers are a different group.
Are they like the pirates from Pirates of the Caribbean?
That is perhaps the most accurate thing I've yet heard you say, my friend.
I like to think that Dredger in that moment got confused and then went, yes.
Yeah. He was the truck spring firing things.
All right.
So you got hyper charm. You spent multiple rounds convincing them. They're gonna go, look, we don't like this. Just keep them as far away from us as humanly possible, please. The second they slip the leash, they're going to fucking slaughter us. You know this, right?
We believe we have some pretty decent options to avoid that.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be the first.
I mean, also, to be fair, like, we could just keep the pirates out of the base. It doesn't... They must have their own place that they hang out, because they just kind of disappear when you tell them to do stuff and then reappear.
This is one of the other options we were thinking of.
They're like ghost. Ooh.
Okay, but the second I see any creeper willows start growing here, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. I think we
What's a creeper willow?
It's a type of plant that grows around your... He's about to say waterlogged, and he looks at you real hard. He goes, it's a type of flower that grows around pirate concentrations.
What's wrong with flowers? Aren't they pretty?
It's...
Completely, like, the mask is just like, you know, kind of scary looking in the helmet, but like you can just tell by looking at him that it's just like deadpan, inquisitive, like has no fucking clue why you're upset about flowers.
Like, this dude is staring at you the way you stare at a puppy, trying to get a stick that's too big for the doggy door through the hole.
Oh my god.
Dredger will answer. Creeper willow is not a very... Creeper willow is it is at best a hallucinogenic and at worst a deleterious poison to mortals.
Oh, it's drugs. Well, why didn't you just say so? I don't do drugs.
You know what?
Dredger turns to the Gear Boys and says, we will work to keep this building and all of these installations as clean as possible in exchange for a place to stay.
It's also at this moment that Gallant raises his hand one more time and just asks, Barry 6, I believe, was in the room, right?
I believe so, yeah.
He goes, Barry 6, was it?
Yeah?
Just a hypothetical. If I had fought one of the bigger robots inside of the nuclear reactor core, that wouldn't cause any problems, right?
What you mean, like?
He's like touching his
Hypothetically?
fingers, just touching his fingers together, like a kid who did something wrong and is trying to hide the fact that he did something wrong by asking a stupid question.
Well, I mean, you'd be ash before anything else happened, but it would be a major problem. The nuclear weight of that thing needs to be exact, otherwise it's gonna fucking melt down.
Right, and the science talk behind that, the meltdown means bad, right?
Uh,
Galen, what did you
very,
do?
very
I
bad.
didn't do anything. This is a hypothetical. So
Purely a hypothetical.
I will explain what happened. While fighting the giant robot, it decided that the vault door looked better on the floor. The floor did not agree and thusly broke into the big vat of.
They are sprinting out of the room. All
What's
four
wrong?
of them.
Wait, come back! I
Alarms start
run.
going off.
I am running faster than they are. What's happening? I don't understand. How can I fix it?
Don't
Treasure,
touch anything. Just go to the administration building. Stop touching things. We need to
Treasure
clear the
wants-
fucking basin.
I didn't mean to fight it there. The dang-gone robot started the dang thing, and then it shot me with a chain hook and dragged me deeper.
Treasure runs to follow them in hopes of being able to clean up the waterlogged nonsense.
They get in there. They fucking see the art that the waterlogged have left behind. One of them immediately just vomits into the fucking.
Oh,
basin.
no, Sam. Remember, it's cleaned. The
Oh.
armor.
Oh, the
It's just
armor is
metal
just left
scraps
around.
and the waterlogged corpses. Everything else is spotless.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So the two
Yeah.
waterlogged are there. One of them is just a fucking like one of the gear boys has been dragged into the middle, and the waterlogged has placed this gear boy in its lap and is just stroking its hair. The gear boy is like pissing himself right now, terrified.
Treasure
Wait a
asks.
minute! Those pirate boys are alive again!
Treasure asks the water. What? May I ask what you are doing?
It just gently draws a line around his scalp. It looks like it's trying to get the hair right. To scalp him. Or at least it's like fantasizing about it.
It's dreaming
Treasure
of ripping his
will
brain.
reaffirm and say, "We have a compact with the Gear Boys. Do not harm or terrify the Gear Boys in any respect. Let him go."
It gives you like a one finger salute, like, see, I'm not hurting him, and then just sighs and lets him go.
I don't
Mhm.
understand why it's not okay for those two gentlemen to be in love.
And then Treasure pulls Gallant aside and, like, in an incredibly quick, hurried whisper, hoping that only Gallant will be able to hear it, whisper in his ear, "Yes, but did you see how scared he was? Did you see how scared he was? They're pirates. They're pirates, Gallant. They don't know much about consent. Gallant, you gotta learn these things."
It was rape. Say that extremely loud.
Oh,
it was right.
How dare you! I run over and just smack the waterlogged in the face.
Your hand sinks into it like gelatin.
Well, that's the most fucked up joke I've made in a while.
And now we get to the best part of the armor. He does not feel that. He feels a normal slap under.
Hey Tom, may I remind you of a certain quote? I think it was "Consent is a myth."
Wait, that wasn't Barry 7, right? We were supposed to play Jenga.
No, that was like Larry 5.
Oh, okay. Larry, Larry 5, are you okay? Did he touch you?
In the corner.
Show me on the doll where he touched you.
Treasure smacks his face and says to no one in particular, "We didn't think he would interpret it that way." Oh. Treasure hits himself on the head again. Hits himself on the head again and says, "Oh, Avery, why was your understanding of human society like this?"
As a quick aside, gentlemen, why didn't the other Gear Boys know that me falling into the vat was a bad thing? Looking at Larry or Six or whoever the fuck I just comforted after slapping the rapist.
I mean, you're with Waterlogged. We just kind of assumed they ate it. The CCTV does not have good coverage of anything besides the vault door.
Ate what?
The robot.
They don't eat robots. They're pirates. They eat rum.
Dredger runs over to the gear boy and whispers in his ear in a very hurried measure, I don't understand how he perceives the world. It doesn't make much sense. Just roll with it.
We assume the gear boy's desperately trying to navigate this perception maze that you presented with him. He's just gonna go, we assumed the robot was full of rum. See if that gets any play. Like, see if that fucking lands.
Is that what the robots run off of? He starts pondering.
You just hear the gear boy like do a quiet, oh thank God.
That's a lot to take in. I think I'm gonna go talk to Barry 7 while we play Jenga about it. Also, those alarms are kind of annoying. Don't forget that I might have accidentally overfilled the reactor.
You see like 5 gear boys go, we're working on it!
Hey, we're working here!
Hey, we're
But
working here!
On the way in, I do grab the arm of the Goliath and like walk it over to Dredger and hand it to him and go, I salvaged this bit though.
Dredger panics as you try to hand this to him and yells, don't hand that to me. Just
Is it made out of iron?
They're called the Iron Legion, yes.
Oh.
It's made out of whole iron!
Sorry, I forgot you're allergic. What do you want me to do with it?
Once the gear boys have fixed the reactor problem,
Also,
ask
quick aside,
them.
Sam, it's my armor isn't reacting poorly to touching it, right?
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah, it just can't do anything to like make me more resistant to it, though, right?
Yeah, no, it's not.
It just reads it as metal.
Yeah, it's not cold.
It's
iron.
not cold iron. Oh, okay, cool. It's just normal iron.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Having cold iron is very rare because it makes so many problems.
Yeah, it's like being allergic to carbon.
All right. Well, I'll just leave it. I'll just give it to one of the Barrys or the Jerrys or the Larrys or
So
the
I have
Terrys.
to ask, did you already put down the arm?
On the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I would have placed it back.
Okay, you look down. You see one of the waterlogged looking at it like a cat seeing a glass of water on the edge of a table.
Are you all right there, feller?
It lightly places a hand on top of the Goliath arm.
Do you want to hold this for me?
It slides it off the edge of the catwalk into the basin.
Man, damn it! I jump in after it. I gotta fish it out.
You get it just in time.
Now, you
Climb
see,
back up onto the catwalk.
I was hoping the Dredger would be able to teach the waterlogged to talk or something. I didn't know they were like cats.
That was not very nice of you, young man. What if that had melted like the rest of him? I'm like holding it.
The waterlog just has that same perpetual rictus smile they always do.
You are a strange young boy. You need to lay off the alcohol and get some Jesus in you.
Shut up, you're not my dad.
The waterlog just squeezes into a vent and leaves the scene. Like, he just crunches up and squeezes into a vent the size of an envelope.
That doesn't register any at all. That it just leaves, like it walks out of a door, according to my perception. He
How
like
much?
waves. He waves goodbye.
Okay, do you have any sense at all, or is it replaced entirely with a power?
The man has 2 dice of sense, right?
He's just not
Normal
allowed to
human
use it.
senses, but the power gives him 4 hyper die of sense. So what happens in headcanon is, after initially meeting it, it latched onto him and then immediately just floods him with information that is way more acceptable than the real world. And like psychologically, Kevin doesn't want to deal with the real world, so he just accepts that as real.
Hmm.
Got it.
Which is part of the reason why the armor likes him, is because he's already like mentally broken from this disaster. So it's easy to
Not
manipulate
very
him.
smart. Well,
Like, it's just the perfect situation of like he was vulnerable when he was given this opportunity.
Okay.
do we have any way to communicate with Mammon Gray?
Kevin still has the doubloon.
Yes, I do.
Anytime you
Pulls
say
out
I
the
would like
doubloon.
to make a deal with the doubloon, it will teleport you to Mammon's domain.
You see the mouthpiece of the helmet open as he like bites onto it to check if it's real silver.
It's solid gold.
Wait a
Alright.
minute, it's a silver doubloon.
It's a golden doubloon.
Oh, I thought you said a silver doubloon.
So
It's expansive. Puts it
If-
in his
if-
suit pocket that just opens up and closes.
if Dredger asks Mammon Gray for aid in this situation in an attempt to further the base of operations, will that incur any further debt since it's already in following what Mammon wanted to have happen, or
Any action from Mammon's going to incur a debt. Think about it this way. He's already put quite investment in you. He's doing this in hope of seeing returns, not.
wait, actually, no, I don't even need to talk to him. I have a better idea.
Yeah.
Is the Spirit of the Known LLC operating to the same quality that the Spirit of the Unknown did?
Yes, it has all the same abilities.
Okay,
Also, about this time, that exit wound gets on the radio. He goes, "So, just a heads up, gentlemen. I've successfully exterminated most of the wildlife within 2 miles. Should I go farther, or is that enough?"
that is perfectly fine, and please cease operations. Everything seems to be in order.
All right, cool. I'm gonna take a break.
All right.
He proceeds to just let you hear like the click of a hang up of a phone as he like slams the bot into the post, so that there's just like some dirt in the top of that and a tube where I'm sitting there.
All right. Dredger will tell one of the gear boys who is unoccupied that there are now several sets of Mark III armor outside. Asks if it's all right for him to have the waterlogged move them inside so the wildlife will stay off of them, but they won't enter beyond that.
Just kind of sighs, goes, yeah, sure, that's fine.
Then Dredger will rush to the Spirit of the Known LLC and attempt to prepare a very fine quality dinner in the hopes that like having some kind of luxury will help this incredibly awkward situation blow over.
Gallant is gonna also go gather up the rest of the armor from like the areas that we were in
Mm-hmm.
and just bring it towards like the vault, because that seems like where they're doing most of their work right now, and he
Yeah.
just assumes that's where they do all their work.
Oh. All right,
So
he's
he's casually dragging all of this armor in, like, so where do you fellers want the rest of these giant robot corpses?
Just fucking throw him in the vault. Just throw him in the panic room.
Roger. Just walks them in. Also, can I make what's the check for Jenga playing?
That's gonna be a flat coordination check.
Awesome. I am gonna make a coordination check. Do I need 10s, or is it better for height or width?
Height is better. We're only gonna do one check for this because I don't want to play out the entire game.
Oh, it's fine. I have 6 10s.
Cool. Barry has 10 hard dice and play Jenga.
What? Barry, you're so good at this!
This man is fucking clowning on you.
Oh, god dang it, Barry! How'd you get so daggone good at Jenga?
I'm a fucking civil engineer. What do you fucking think?
I was so ready for him to have taken out his own gold doubloon.
It doesn't make sense. It's not fair. I literally move faster than you can see.
Barry goes, fucking sucks to be you. He has stacked all of his pieces lengthwise all the way up and has built a fucking ledge going out in one direction. You don't understand how this Jenga tower is standing.
So he's Frankie from One Piece.
Do we have like any amount of money on us, by the way?
No.
Like, what would the currency be? Because
Pieces of
Gallant
eight.
definitely owes this guy like $5.
500 pieces of 8.
Is that really how much it is?
Yeah. One piece. So it's not quite, but think of like 1 piece of 8 is almost like a penny. It's not quite. It's like I indexed it to the yen in the 1980s, but yeah.
How do I carry it?
They come in like, they come in 10-piece denominations, 100-piece denominations, 1,000.
Oh, okay. So it's not like 1,000 or 500 actual pieces of 8, the coinage. It's like that's just the name of the money.
Yeah.
My instant imagination was pirate money. They're just using pirate money for some reason.
Could we say that the Soros is carrying some?
Yeah, sure.
A number of coins just kind of appear.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, bud. Just pays it. All right, Barry, you got me. Next time we'll just play for fun. I don't think I have a chance anymore with this whole defying the laws of physics Jenga tower you've built.
Dude, I've built a Mobius strip out of Jenga pieces. You need to...
You were like a little baby.
You'll get
Watch
there.
this.
The Frankie Skywalk.
When Sam mentioned the Jenga tower thing, I'm like, this is what he's doing.
I feel like
after like gathering all the pieces up, I just settle into that game of Jenga, and then Gallant's pretty much done, and Exit Wound takes a nap.
10 hard dice in knowledge play Jenga is either an incredibly useless or obscenely powerful ability.
He's really good at stacking things.
Theoretically, you're just 10 hard dice and stacking things.
So, the bow I'm making for the God Killer character is currently at 10 points.
Oh.
Horrifying.
Because I gave it +5 in attack and penetration 4.
Holy shit.
Dang, that's a lot.
Gotta get you some wild ass. Damn it, I got the southern accent again. Fuck.
I'm telling you, it worms its way in there. But
You
yeah.
were just going there a little bit.
So,
Gallant's so powerful.
Again, we don't do experience at the end of these sessions, but just to go over, we are still at 2200 CP. We've purchased 5 tube worms. That's in addition to this 2 we start with, so we're up to 7 total tube worms.
All right.
We have 10 generic Gear Boys, and we have unlocked 1 unique Gear Boy. Generic Gear Boys just have 2 generic gadgeteering dice.
Okay.
They're normal dice, but they can condense it down to 1 hard dice instead of 2 normal dice if needed for a project.
Mm-hmm.
So he's essentially just like a highly specialized worker that's much better than everybody else at that one thing, but worse than at everything else.
Will it be possible for Dredger to whip the waterlogged into shape?
I think they're already in the shape they want to be.
Okay.
So generic gadgeteering dice is for like building stuff, right?
Yeah, they can technically, you can put them on projects, and they'll basically. I treat things as timers. It's like, okay, restoring this thing will take a total of, you know, like I could roll for it every hour they're working on it, but what I'm gonna think about it is session to session, it's gonna take a budget of like 5 dice to get there. So you can assign like 2 gear boys to it, or like 3 gear boys to it, and they'll sorry, yeah, 2 gear boys. They'll get there in like a session and some change.
I desperately want to find a way to convince them for waterlogged in armor.
That will be an entire project because these guys escaped the foundry early. They were not there for the mark development. They didn't build the armor. They don't know how it works.
Okay.
So that's going to be a pretty significant investment just because one of the projects they can work on is reverse engineer. Like, they have to do it by marks, and it only goes for marks in the same line because these were projects that were developed concurrently, not sequentially.
Why did Iron Legion rep go down?
Uh,
No survivors.
oh yeah, no survivors.
N is for no survivors.
Here in the deep blue sea.
I don't know why I thought someone got anything out.
Remember? That's because you forgot Exit Wound killed those 2 guys.
I think I did, yeah.
Which was funny because you were like, oh yeah, 2 guys ran away.
No,
Sam?
don't. We have a
Yeah,
sniper.
no. The sniper shoots. How many shots would it take for him to kill him? Oh, they probably have 2 headshots. So he puts 4 bullets in their heads and they die? Yeah. Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Okay.
That was great.
So we also have the power plant as a base. Now, if you want the gear boys, the gear boys
How many-
gadgeteering dice, I guess, isn't totally generic because they have manufacturable on everything they do. So anything they make can be mass produced, but it would be treated as a second project.
Is it reduced cost on the second project because they don't have to like design it?
So basically, it's making a single model is a lot easier than mass producing something. So let me put it this way: they would like, let's say you wanted to make Mark IIIs. Like, let's say you just wanted to churn those out. The first thing you would do is you would do a project that's called Reverse Engineer a Mark III, and that probably has a dice budget of like, I want to say like that's a 30 dice project. That's going to take them like, if you dedicated all of your gear boys to it, your 10 generic gear boys, it would take them like a session and a half to get it done. So you could do one session with all gear boys developed to it, then like half the gear boys have done their bit, you can put them elsewhere. In 2 sessions, they're going to have the schematic for a Mark III. And then it's going to be like, how much making a Mark III takes like 8 or 10 dice. I'd have to figure out the conversion rate because I don't have the gear boy stats up right now.
Oh yeah, okay. That's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Because it's like harder to like actually design the thing than it is once you have the schematic to just throw it together, but it still takes time to throw together.
Now, I will say there's a secondary project you can do called mass produce item. And depending on the item, it's like, it would be something like, it would be a similar like almost like 40 dice project, almost massive. But what that does after is, for every dice you keep invested in mass produce X, after you finish that project, you get that many of that thing. So if you have 2 dice in it, every session you're getting 2 Mark III armors.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty good.
It makes it so efficient.
What would have happened if we set up at the other place?
So you wouldn't have gotten the Gear Boys.
Well,
But-
don't let us know because we could still technically go over there, right?
Yeah, you could expand.
Yeah. So let it be a surprise.
All right.
Yeah. Let's not. I like discovering things.
Yeah, like Galen, every day's a new adventure.
Literally. I love playing really stupid characters because it really just gets you out of the box for like how to address problems.
Yeah, it's like Galen doesn't even seem stupid though. It's like he's actively being. He's like the failure. He's the failure state of Cartesian logic.
Yeah. He's essentially just a trusting lad who's been deceived in the best ways possible by his benefactor.
Yeah. God, failure state of Cartesian logic. Wow.
But yeah. So for like cleanup for tonight, can we put them on something already, or is that going to take time to set up?
They're gonna need Yeah, we can put them on some minor stuff. I'm gonna
First
say,
thing I want to put them on is fixing the reactor so I don't die. Well, so everybody else doesn't die. I feel like that would only kill everybody but Gallant. Because he's technically immune to the reactor.
Okay, let me write a list of projects and their cost. It's gonna take me a little while. I can do this. Yeah, I can do this in between.
It's cool.
I'll post it like
if
later
it's
tonight.
Yeah, if it's not something you had ready, no, don't worry about it. You can just post it, and me and Tom can talk about it later.
Yeah, I didn't have it written up because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you guys were gonna save the Gear Boys or not. One consequence I should know. It shouldn't have been Iron Legion rep down. It should have been 0 progress made towards Iron Legion integration.
Also, it should be noted that Dredger isn't technically evil. He just has completely non-human morality.
Yeah, it's like a neutral.
Yeah, I like the way that. Do you know the example for non-human morality systems that TV Tropes uses?
Mm-mm.
They have a chart that shows where the X and Y goes from good to evil. Or sorry, the X-axis goes from good to evil, but the Y-axis goes from bacon to necktie. He who walks the path of bacon shall be with dinner blessed, but he who walks the path of necktie shall be for dinner dressed.
Why am I Nishot the Beholder?
So, your role is Nishot the Beholder because people who aren't in a game in this server. So,
Or Nisha. Or Nishot.
Chris wanted Nishot to observe Sam DMing.
Mm-hmm.
So, he invited her to the server, and I just gave her the role Nishot the Beholder because she is beholding.
Do you think it's too much of a tell to make a roll called EvilSquad?
Probably.
I still kind of wanna hide the fact that Alex is on EvilSquad.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do you think it's too much of a tell to fucking have a voice channel and a text channel called EvilSquad?
Aren't they hidden though?
A little bit.
They're
Or is that-
private. I don't know if they're hidden.
They're not.
Can't you set them to hidden?
I tried.
I thought that was a
couldn't
thing.
Figure out how.
Maybe I'm wrong. I could have.
If anyone can figure it out, let me
Well,
know.
Tom, did you just set the channels to private in the Shadow Realm?
Let me quick check what their permissions are. Things that are Goldie locked away have Let's look at the category rules. So for that category, at everyone does not have the right to view the channel. For an individual channel, that works as like advanced permissions role at everyone isn't allowed to view the channel. So you just set it so no one's allowed to view the channel and then choose specific users.
Permission. I think I have that X'd out.
Could you stream your screen? Attempt to verification aid for you. Okay. Yeah, that looks right.
Oh wait, I have a very easy way to fucking determine this. I just count how many dice are in the Mark III. That's how many dice it should take, right?
Yes, that would be technically exactly how tinkering works.
Oh, that's so
Evil
fucking many.
Tom- Yep. So, are you guys fine with me deleting the Evil Squad voice channel and you guys just go to Evil Tom?
Sure.
Yeah, as long as it's like private.
Because I just really like Evil Tom.
Yeah, it's funny.
Because it means nothing!
It means nout.
What's the hydraulic weight distributor doing?
So, these aren't paranormal heavy armor. They incur a penalty to body.
So that like cancels it?
Yeah, you need to meet a certain score for body.
Mhm.
All the hydraulic weight distributors do is it doesn't nuke their coordination wearing this much heavy armor.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think I might need to disconnect for the night here.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
suppose-
have to leave soon too. I'm just doing some like last minute question stuff. So nighttime.
Yeah. And I love Gallant as a character so much.
Thank you.
It's a good time.
I'm gonna enjoy playing him more.
Mhm.
Bob, don't ruin it for everybody.
I won't.
I trust you.
Bob is the most trusty of everybody in Hub Squad in this regard. He is the only one who truly and honestly deserves the InfoSec medallion.
I mean,
It's looking like 42 dice to me.
It is 42 dice. I'm going to say deducts 2 dice per armor you turn in. 4 if it's fully intact.
What if we put Rupert the Thinking waterlogged on it to help them? He's waterlogged wearing a hard hat and he has a wrench and he actually knows what he's doing.
That's funny. So the ones that I stabbed through the head, would those count as intact?
No, I mean like a fully undamaged Mark III.
So the one that got the guy vaporized?
Yeah, that counts for 4.
Okay, so we have that one. And then there were 2 outside that we dragged in.
Actually, wait, let me... Okay, the head
Maybe
has
it should
more
be-
important stuff than I thought.
I'll talk to all of you later. See ya.
I'll
Night.
figure it out. I think it should still be 2. Probably.
We have quite a few. Maybe I think we could just do 1 die and then 2 for the intact ones.
Yeah.
Because we have the 1 intact one, so that'd be 2 right off the back. And then there was like 6 more in that room, so that would be 8. And then there were...
Some of the waterlog kind of destroyed a couple of those completely. They did not show.
No, in the first room,
Oh, yeah.
So then in this, like, the room where I fought the Goliath,
There were 8 there, but...
there were 8 there. I killed 2, but I think they mangled all of those.
The 2
I don't
they
know.
destroyed were fine. They mangled the
Okay.
ones they killed, though, so that's 2.
So that's 10 die total. And then I don't know how Dredger's little thing went. I don't know if he had any in there.
No, he didn't have any Mark 3s in there.
So then it would be 10 minus 30 or 42 comes out to 32. That seems about right.
Yeah.
We can make that work. And then if we get extras, we can get more off.
Yeah.
I'm going to just put a note somewhere for... Do we have EvilSquad? There it is. 10 points
I'm writing it down as well.
of Mark 3 armor studying. I just wrote it as 10 points of Mark 3 armor study.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of anything else. We're not supposed to report back to
No, he
the
doesn't
guy
have
after.
damage. He doesn't
Yeah,
care.
we're just kind of on our own, so we're like free to do whatever we want,
Mm-hmm.
essentially. That does make it a little rough to try to like gauge what we can do next. I have to get out of here though because I got to drive over to my dad's still, so I can carpool for the Ren Fair tomorrow. But
Yeah, no worries.
I'll text you about it.
Yeah,
I'll text you
I'm always
about stuff
available.
as I think.
No rush.
Bob, you have a good night, buddy.
You too, buddy.
Sam, good night, brother. Thanks
Good night,
for the
man.
game.
Hey, no worries. Glad to have you back, man.
Yeah, glad to be back. All right.
Enjoy your info, man.
No. Ugh.
So, how are you, man? How are you tonight, man?
I've been alright. I'm working on getting things to work out with the God Hunter character. Because it turns out he's actually slightly more OP than I would have figured.
Oh, I'm still recording.